Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for Smackdown and there is much to discuss. We do have a new stream layout. I hope this looks cool. I hope it is something that you guys like the look of. We've obviously got a lot of news, a lot of rumors, a lot of things for us to preview. There is so much to go through and so much to talk about that it's a big evening, man. Big evening. We got the return of the tribal chief. Roman Reigns is back. So we are going to be seeing him. We are going to be hearing from Ronda Rousey as well. Ronda Rousey is going to be talking about Liv Morgan. And she's going to be talking about losing her championship. As well as that, we've got Drew taking on Sheamus. This is a weird one because the winner of this will face the Universal Champion at Clash at the Castle. That is so far away. It is bizarre that we're doing this match tonight. Like, it's really strange. It's really strange. I mean, I'm guessing it's because they want to start building the main event. They want to start really having whoever is going to win this match being involved. And they really do want them to be in the mix, in the conversation. But it's so far away. We've still got Summerslam to go through. Clash at the Castle. I mean, we're early July. Clash at the Castle is like September time. So we're getting that match tonight. The winner will go on to face for the championship. It's also very strange that that match is happening on like a random Smackdown because it kind of feels like you have to win a Royal Rumble to get a title opportunity. Granted, you get to go to WrestleMania, but it's a big prize. As well as that, like if you win like Elimination Chamber, then you tend to challenge for a title as well. And that's got its own pay-per-view. You think about Money in the Bank and the fact that you can then challenge for a title. Whereas here, you can challenge for a title, potentially headline one of the biggest shows of the year, Clash at the Castle, over 70,000 people in attendance. And it's just going to happen on a SmackDown? Like, I haven't got a massive problem with it. I just think it's really strange that that's how they're going about doing it. We get that tonight. So, yeah, we've got that coming up. So we've got Drew against Sheamus. We've got, as we said, Ronda. We've got Roman. We've got plenty to talk about. And Kyle saying, I'm still not sure if Vince has done anything wrong. Trini, shout out to you. Yes, in regards to the Vince stuff, we have to talk about it, and I'm obviously prepared to talk about it. This is, obviously, there's a lot to unpack here, an awful lot to unpack. If you've not heard the news, let's try and briefly go through it. So, there's been more allegations that have come out. It's been unearthed by the Wall Street Journal. More allegations have come out against Vince. And I think that this is one that is going to be very difficult for him to kind of survive. I think that the last one was, I don't want to say easy for him to survive, but I think he still had people on his side. He still had, I would say, maybe the majority of the fans on his side, because it was a relationship at work. I was of the opinion, like many people, that shouldn't have happened. You know, he's still married to Linda, but reports came out that they haven't actually been together for quite a while. Now, obviously, we don't quite know what that means, but apparently they're not living together, and it's been that way for a long time, and so it seems like that relationship might have fallen apart. And so for him to, you know, get with someone at work is unprofessional. There's no denying that. Him in a position that he's in, really shouldn't be, like, you know, engaging with the paralegals. So, there was definitely ethics that were questionable, but it seemed to be consensual, and it seemed to be, I don't want to say above board, because it was far from above board, but I think the bigger problem was, where did the hush money come from? I think that was the bigger problem with that last one. These allegations are a little bit moodier, especially the one that's talking about a former talent, the one that's talking about a former wrestler. who we will not be naming and we will not be speculating. I've seen that playing out on Twitter and it appalls me. I mean, you've got to think that whoever is involved in this are surely trying to move on with their lives. I can't believe that they want this to get all dredged up again. So, you know, I'm like seeing people like questioning who it is, and I've seen a few different names being mentioned, right? I've seen there's people that are trying to work out when this person was released, who it could be, and it's all playing out on Twitter, and it's just awful. It's just awful. There are going to be undeniably names that get brought into this that have got nothing to do with this. There will be people that get brought in that have got nothing to do with it. And honestly, it's a mess. It's going to be a mess. It's a mess anyway, but Twitter is going to make it a bigger mess. And I would imagine there's going to be a lot of heartache and a lot of people dragged into this that don't need to be, or people dragged in that don't want to be. And yeah, it's not good. It's really not good. There's not loads of details. One happened in 2005, one was 2006, one was 2008. In total, there's about, I think, is it 13 million that's paid in hush money, and 7.5 million went to a former talent. And, you know, they are making some very, very serious allegations. It does not seem to be consensual for that one. And as I said, this one's going to be harder for him to survive. So, you know, I think the fan base was largely with him. Yes, it was wrong, but not bad enough to lose your job. These allegations are pretty serious. And I think with these ones, my feeling on it is, you know, there's a lot of smoke here. There's a lot of smoke. We don't know what the truth is. Obviously, we're not hearing any sides. I mean, like, we're not even hearing their side. We haven't heard from the women because, of course, they've signed NDAs. We're not hearing from Vince because, of course, why would we? So all we're hearing is the few little scraps that have been unearthed by Wall Street Journal. And so it's very, very difficult to kind of get a read on the situation and to know what's the truth and where the truth lies. With just the information that we've got at hand. So my feeling on it is this needs investigating and then acting accordingly. I mean, these are serious allegations now. Certainly that one against that former wrestler. So I think there's a lot of... I put a poll up. I wanted to get a read as to what people were thinking on Twitter. I can see some super chats, so we'll get to you guys in a sec. But I put a poll up. I just wanted to get a feel because my feeling was this is a bit more serious than the last one. And not only that, it's more as well. You know, there's, where's the fan base? I can tell you that this is Twitter though, yeah, where negativity lives. So, 374 votes, 85% of those people. And I've got to tell you, 374 is not a bad response. I know it's not thousands and thousands, but you get a good enough sample size once you get over about 250, because we've done like 50,000 polls where 50,000 people have voted, and it wasn't much different than when 250 people had voted, so not a bad sample size. 85% think Vince should go. 85% think this is the end of the road. But you do have to factor in, you know, how many of them are AEW fans that don't watch WWE? How many of those are just out to, you know, stick the knife into Vince? I genuinely don't know. My feeling on it, though, is that this is uncomfortable. This is uncomfortable. And there's no kind of, it's Vince being Vince that will explain this one. Like, this needs investigating. This needs investigating. So, pretty serious stuff today. Pretty serious stuff. Toxic Falcons says Liv Morgan is overrated. I always find that a difficult one, to be honest. We've spoke about this before. I mean, how do you know if someone is rated or overrated, or because I don't actually know how they're rated. I know that Liv Morgan is well liked and well admired and is held in high regard on social media, but I mean. You have to take Twitter in particular with a pinch of salt, because not everyone is on Twitter, and there's a certain kind of demographic that's more vocal on Twitter. I would say younger demographic is more vocal rather than like the older fan base. You see a lot of standums that are very vocal as well. So like the Liv standum is always going to make a lot of noise on social media. Same as the Sasha standum and the Becky standum and the Alexa standum and the Roman standum and blah, 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 blah. They're always going to make a lot of noise. So I don't know. It's hard. I genuinely don't know how she is regarded and how she is rated. You only ever know how it feels to you. To me, she is someone that's put the work in. I think she's not someone that I look forward to watching. I think there's better female wrestlers. I think there's better female promos. I think that she is worthy of being on the main roster, and I think that she is someone that is goodwill towards. And I think if you look at the general reaction across like all the social media platforms, there was kind of unanimous excitement that she had become champion. So it's down to her now to show what a Liv Morgan championship reign looks like, and I'm down for seeing it. Let's see what she can do. She's got the ball. Let's let her run with it and see what she can do. Just Shanks Wrestling said, I'm going to get tickets for Cardiff on Monday. Very good, very good. Have fun, my friends. I think they do still have some. And as I said, I hope you enjoy it when you go. I'm just looking for this other super chat. There it is. Yes, shout out to you, Just Shanks. Almighty Nick, shout out to you, buds. I don't know, did that play a little alert? Is the alert thing working? There's quite a few not moving parts, but a lot of new things that have been set up, so some might be a bit clunky at the moment. But Almighty Nick said, I heard that Days is the one that's going to beat Roman. Here we go. And become head of the table. I would do it, but I'm just a bit busy at the moment, to be honest. I mean, honestly, there's a lot going on. So if I can find the time, I'm up for it. I mean, do you know what I mean? Just give me a bell, yeah? If you need me for Clash at the Castle, I'm there. Although saying that, apparently Tyson Fury is there as well. I don't know if you heard that news, but Tyson Fury apparently going to be, in negotiations to be at Clash at the Castle. Not the biggest surprise in the world. I think a lot of us were expecting him to play a part in that show. And, he's been asked about it. When he had his last fight in Wembley, they were asking him about, like, the Cardiff show. And he said that he'd be up for that. And actually up for more as well. He mentioned Summerslam, but I feel like SummerSlam's going to be a bit soon. I don't think he could be there to maybe start something that connects to Clash at the Castle. That could happen, but I don't think they'll advertise him. Because I don't think they're going to look to do anything with him for SummerSlam. I think they'll keep him special. For Clash at the Castle. So, but I know he's up for anything and everything. Dort Knight said, I didn't think you watched WWE, Heather. Heather, shout out to you. Hazza says, I don't know about you, but I'm worried that Edge's potential new gimmick, I would like him to go back to Rated R Superstar the way he was when he comes back. No, to be honest, I mean, I don't think he'll be Rated R Superstar because those vignettes are quite dark, and I think that they had already turned him dark, and I think Edge wants to continue to explore that. So I don't think he's looking to go back to Rated R, not at the moment. And so very much it seems like Edge was in a dark place character-wise anyway with Judgment Day, and it feels like he or they or both are going to try and keep him there. The questions being asked are, is he going to come back alone? And there's a lot of reading into those vignettes. There's nothing concrete. There's nothing there that's really you can point at and go, yes, that definitely means that he's coming back with someone else. There's a lot of speculation, but nothing concrete. So at the moment, my expectation is that he comes back alone. But I think there is every chance that he comes back with someone. I think there is a chance of it because He is obviously going to want revenge against Finn Balor and Damian Priest, and it's going to be very hard to take out two guys on your own. So, yeah, it does make sense for him to return with someone, but equally he could return on his own and then recruit someone. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. But I think Rated R does feel to me like it's off the table at the moment. Heel Gemini says ARW tomorrow, reffing a few matches on Fight TV. Heel Gemini, shout out to you. I hope it all goes well. And there you go. If you want to watch some AR dub, then you can check that out on Fight TV. Rob Bass says, hope you are well. Love the new setup. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. I just was going back and watching some of the old streams, and I thought we can tweak things here. And so I spent a bit of time doing that and just getting things to look a little bit, maybe a bit more engaging. I wanted the chat to look a little bit bigger because I noticed on my phone when I watched the stream back, the text was very small. So I wanted that. I also wanted people, when they donated, to have their name on screen for longer. So we introduced that last week. As well as that, we will have the scroll at the bottom of the page, which will give you the results. So if ever you are late to the show, then you can jump into the watch along, and I will have at the bottom everything that's happened in the show as well. So just looking at little features and things that can be introduced, that's going to be of use, going to be of benefit, just as we try to keep leveling up the streams. And as I said, yeah, it's all feedback is welcome. We do have an alert, which is good to see. There's been a lack of them this evening, but Eric Defcon Prime to Richie says, was that you in the Thor thumbnail? Shout out to you. Eric did send me a picture earlier. I did retweet it of a thumbnail, and it did look, I don't know if it'll pick it up because of the green screen, but it should be all right. Did look a little bit like me on a good day. There's the image that I was sent on social media. I mean, you can see a pretty crazy resemblance. So, yeah, I like it. Missing the beanie, but I can always add that in Photoshop. But, yeah, very good. And it was me, yes, it was me. Miss Clown, shout out to you, buddy. Miss Clown said, let's keep it sexy. Always. Well, I mean, literally, did you just see that thumbnail? I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. So, hope you well, Miss Clown. Carlin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Says, can't wait for tonight. It's going to be a good show, actually. I don't know why. I'm really pumped. I'm invigorated, I think. Like, because of Thursday when I have to do, like, the UFC research. And also I spent time, obviously, setting this up as well. It always gives me, like, and I love Friday nights. Who doesn't love Friday nights? So I always get that little boost when we get to a Friday. And, you know, you're on the verge of a weekend and people are off school, people are off work. Some people have to go to work, of course, on a Saturday. Some on a Sunday as well. I've lived that life. But by and large, a lot of people get to really enjoy their Friday nights. And I'm looking to do the same. I'm going to be enjoying tonight. We've got the return of Roman. We're going to hear from Ronda. We got Drew versus Sheamus with a big stipulation. Someone is going to main event Clash at the Castle. And Liv Morgan. I don't know if she's on the show. But there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about her, and she is the SmackDown Women's Champion, so it would be a bit strange for her to not be on SmackDown. So maybe we'll get Liv, hear from Liv. We're certainly going to hear about Liv from Ronda, and maybe we'll start to find out what the plans for SummerSlam are. Liv's title reign isn't going to last long. She will lose at SummerSlam, says Edwards. Master Chief said, I like the green screen backdrop. I don't know what you mean, mate. I'm literally on the roof. I am literally on the roof right now. I've left the basement. I've took everything I've got, my laptop, my desk, and I've just gone straight to the roof. So I don't know what you mean about green screen. But I hope you are well, Master Chief. Brenton says, shout out to you. I like the backgrounds. Thank you. Hope you're well, buds. How long will Vince's segment be tonight? How long will Vince's segment be tonight? It's a very good question. Lots of reports that he's changed flight plans. So apparently he was meant to meet up with John Cena, and that's been moved. So I don't know if that's an indication of anything. I mean, it could mean absolutely nothing. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but that's the only information we've got about him, is that a flight that he was scheduled to be on, he has now rescheduled it. And yeah, I mean, he's going to be at the show tonight. Whether he comes out, I would advise him not to be honest. Because if the WWE Universe is feeling anything like I am feeling, the more this is going on and the more that's coming to light, and certainly some of the stuff today, that one in particular. I mean, one girl was paid like $1 million. I think another one was paid a few million. The other one was paid 7.5. That it's the 7.5. It's the former talent. It's the former wrestler that was encouraged to perform acts that she didn't want to and didn't really consent to, and it was all moody. And yeah, I mean, like, some of the stuff here is not good. It's really not good. So I sort of feel like he got a good reaction last time that he came out, because I don't know, my feeling was, wow, you know, he shouldn't have had a relationship with someone at work, but if him and Linda are no longer living together and that relationship has broken down, and, you know, there's someone that he likes and it's consensual, then I ain't got like a problem with it, if I'm going to be truthful. As long as it's consensual and, you know, no one's getting hurt. The big question, I think, for that last one was about where did the money come from? Where did the hush money come from? That's not so much the question this time, although it is still going to be a question. You know, where did the money get paid for these women? But as I said, there's definitely more to it this time. And yeah, it's starting to get very, very uncomfortable. It's getting very hot in the kitchen, let's put it that way. And I think if he goes out there now, I really don't know what the reaction would be. I think he would still get cheers. I don't think he would get boos. I mean, obviously, if you've bought tickets to go to the show, I can't imagine that you're in the mindset of booing Vince. All this stuff has kind of come out today, so people haven't really had a chance to digest it and really understand it. And we haven't really heard many details about it. I mean, it's literally just the Wall Street Journal article. But you know that people are on it now, and there's going to be more that comes out. And it's going to be really uncomfortable. It's going to be really, really uncomfortable, and maybe even worse than uncomfortable. So, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend that he goes out there. I wouldn't recommend he goes out there at all. Delwyn, shout out to you, dude. Vince is reportedly meeting with Cena to nail down a WrestleMania match, is the theory. Can't wait for SmackDown tonight. Cowboy Brock and Roman and Liv and Max Dupree. Yeah, oh God, yeah, we got maximum male models, haven't we? That's something to look forward to. I saw the reaction to that on social media again. I don't even know why I bother looking, but the reaction to it on social media was one of sheer horror by a lot of people. There was a lot of people saying, nah, I'm not going to lie, that was pretty funny. But there was definitely people that were horrified as well. And I think that, for me, it was... It's using two talents that haven't been used or utilized properly. You know, Mansoor, he just gets wheeled out for the Saudi shows. And when it comes to Mace, I mean, he's just never been used right on the main roster. So this is a great way of having them both show off, think that they're the bee's knees. As we went down the list, I mean, you can go to Gorgeous George, you can go to Ravishing Rick Rude, you can go to Ric Flair, you can go to Breezango, you can go to Rick the Model Martel. I mean, the list is flipping endless as to, you know, heels that fancy themselves and think they look incredible and, you know, like to pose and show off. It's as old as wrestling, really. So I think that this is going to be something that will be good for them. It's going to be something that is meant to be arrogant. It's meant to be cringy. I mean, it's fashion. So they're kind of poking fun at the fashion world, and you know what fashion's like, with its like absolutely outlandish costumes. That's something that I think they will exploit, and that is something I think that they will draw humor from, but they're meant to do that. And I think with Max Dupree being the mouthpiece as well, I think that he's a fantastic talker, and it's going to be a very, very interesting team, that is. I think the promos from Max are going to be killer. I think that, Mansoor and Mace haven't got to do anything really, have they? They've just got to put on different clothes and flip and walk out there. When it comes time to actually have a match, it's going to be really interesting to see how they gel, how they work together. Will Max Dupree be involved? Will it be a 6-man? Will it be just them two as a tag team and Max as the manager? I mean, there's quite a few questions. We've only seen one segment, but I think there's a lot of potential. That's how I see it. A lot of potential. Lots of different directions that you can go. And tonight, we are going to be getting the tennis collection. So there we go. What with it being Wimbledon finals over the weekend, we're going to celebrate that with the tennis collection tonight. So I'm sure there'll be, it's not to everyone's taste. What is? But there'll be plenty of eye rolling. But for me personally, I just think it's harmless fun. I think it's heels showing off, which is something that heels love to do. I don't think anyone's being hurt. I don't think anyone's being buried. You can't bury Mace more than he was buried already. It's certainly not burying Max Dupree because he's getting loads of time to talk. He's in some really good backstage segments with Adam Pearce. He does need to wrestle. He's a great wrestler. I think just having him as a manager would be a shame. I don't think they'll do that. I think a lot of people, look at Trish, Chyna, they all came in as managers and then transitioned over to wrestlers. And, they had the same plan with Adam Cole. I think they were going to bring Adam Cole in as a manager and then transition him over to a wrestler. So I feel like they'll do that with Max Dupree as well. They'll have him do a lot of talking, but eventually he'll get going in the ring. And I don't know when we get there. There's no real rush. But for now, I'm on board with it. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. I saw Vape Ross Vape. There we go. Vince has been blanking us for years. Where's my check? Well, to be honest, I don't think it's the blanking that's the problem. I get your point, but it's I don't know, man. That one in particular is. I feel like you can joke about maybe the first one because it was consensual. You can joke about maybe some of the others, but that one, oh god, it's moody. If you've read it and you've kind of gone into the detail of it, it does seem pretty bad. But again, we don't have any detail. We've literally just got what Wall Street Journal are reporting. We haven't got anything from the female side, which we won't because of the NDA. We're obviously not going to get anything from Vince's side, but it's just this uncomfortable thing that's out there. But one of many. The whole Rita Chatterley thing's been brought up, hasn't it? The Rita, the first female referee and the first female ring announcer. They've got, history with Vince and claims of sexual harassment as well. So, a lot of smoke here. A lot of smoke. It is uncomfortable. Did you hear about a Japanese prime minister that was Minister Abe in Japan? Someone had a bag. I don't know what that means. I heard that the former prime minister was shot. I don't know if he was killed. I just heard it on the news. That's the headline. So, but I don't know any detail about that. It takes long enough keeping up with the wrestling news at the moment, let alone the real world news. Brenton said, an uncle of mine said this won't affect Vince and he will get off. I think he's gotten off many times. He has indeed. Miss Clown 1 said, pick a potential feud for Prime Mankind, but in this day and age. A feud for Mankind here and now. He is a dark character. I mean, the first thing you think is to go for another dark character, but I actually think it would be better if you went the opposite and went for someone that was a heel that he could, like, terrorize and, like, really take into uncomfortable, like, just randomly, someone like The Miz, right? Now, I'm not saying Miz is a good shout, but The Miz is Hollywood. The Miz is all about his face. The Miz has got Miz and Mrs. He's got a family. He's got a wife. He's all about his looks, yeah? The Miz absolutely does not want to be engaging in any kind of mankind mind games, right? The Miz is not going to want a boiler room brawl match, yeah? And I think that there could be a lot of entertainment come out of a feud, seeing The Miz legitimately scared and seeing Maurice, like, really worried as well. And, like, you could really dig into that and have, like, Mankind terrorize them. He'd need a good reason as to why he was doing it, but I do like the idea of someone that's so Hollywood, someone that's so, all about their looks and their face and, has got talk shows, and he is a big star, and he is one of their best heels. I like the idea of him against a Mankind-type character, Mankind character that's terrorizing. I mean, a lot of people enjoyed that with The Fiend as well. The Fiend faced people like Seth Rollins and Daniel Bryan and Randy Orton. He didn't face, like, Undertaker or people like that because there was a lot of entertainment in seeing The Fiend terrorize people and, like, psychologically play with them. And I think you could kind of do the same, obviously in a different way, slightly different way, with Mankind. So yeah, the first name in my head was The Miz. That was the first name that came to mind. You could have fun with someone like Balor, Judgment Day. Do you know what I mean? You could have him be Edge's partner. You could do Mankind and Edge team up together. They've got a great history. Obviously, that great WrestleMania match where Mankind went through the table, the flaming table. You could put them two together, have two legends taking on Finn Balor and Damian Priest. So you could go that way as well. So few options there. Wrestle with Andy, hello bud, said, what are the odds that Vince is on the show? I would feel quite low on it. I mean, if I was to put a percentage on it, I would say 20%. We haven't seen him in a few shows. It kind of felt like he was on the SmackDown, he was on the Raw, he introduced John Cena, and then I think that was last week. We didn't see him on SmackDown, we didn't see him on Raw. And I feel that it settled down. It feels like that was it. He's not popping up again. Now you've got all of this here now. I don't know. His natural instinct is never to hide. His natural instinct is to be front and center. And so there probably is a chance. I mean, I'm going to give it 20%. Maybe that's too high. Maybe it should be like 10%. But there probably is a chance that he wants to show that he's not in hiding. This is crazy for the stock price and everything. The only thing I would say is that, he's not the CEO anymore, though. He's not the chairman. He's not the CEO. It's Steph that's in that position. It's still going to have a big effect on the perception of WWE. I don't know that it'll have an effect on the ratings. I really don't know that anyone that was going to tune in is now not going to tune in. So I don't know that it'll affect that. But I think that the perception of the company will have been impacted. I also think the stock price, you'll have shareholders now that are going to be worried that if Vince is removed, what does a WWE that doesn't contain Vince look like? It's a very good question. What does a Vinceless WWE, how does that operate? He is one of the great promoters of our times. And, from creating the WWE Network to creating WrestleMania to giving us Hulkamania and the Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression, John Cena, Rock, Stone Cold, all of these great talents. Yes, he's made as many mistakes, if not more, than things that he got right, but he got stuff right as well. And, that is what the shareholders invest in. They invest in Vince in a way. They do invest in WWE, but WWE and Vince are so connected. What does a WWE without Vince look like? So, yeah, it's tricky. It's really, really tricky. That's why it's going to be interesting to see what happens, because he does feel like he is so powerful. It's going to be really hard to see him removed from WWE. I feel like you're going to have to remove him kicking and screaming. But, I don't know, man. Some of this is real uncomfortable. Real uncomfortable. And we'll have to see what the next steps are. Jeremy said, Vince is the biggest shareholder. He owns 80%. It will take the networks. Marcus said, if Vince steps down completely, I wonder what happens to all of his yes men. I'm to blend into our discussion with Problem Talent. Mankind said he liked his In Your House match with HBK. Mick said he even pitched a spot where he would mess up a spot and HBK would yell at him. James said Mankind against Darby Allin. Bonker said, any update on Sasha other than Sasha's picture being removed from Peacock? So apparently there was rumours that they were taken off the internal documents, which I'm sure you all saw, and then that got a lot of conversation. And then there was talk that they had changed their social media bios to say professional wrestlers, which is obviously something that is not encouraged by WWE. That doesn't say that though on her Twitter, so I don't know if it says it on her Instagram, but it just says Sasha Banks WWE, so it's still got WWE in her Twitter bio. Koska Reeves, the Mandalorian, she remembered who she was and the game changed. So that's what her bio says. So, no, to be honest. I mean, there was a report that was doing the rounds that they'd changed their bios to say professional wrestlers. As I said, I don't know. Maybe that was just Instagram or something. Because Sasha's on Twitter doesn't make any mention of it. But, no, nothing that I've seen in regards to them. I just saw they were trending, actually. I've just clicked in it because Sasha and Naomi are trending. But the reason why they are trending is because there's a lot of people saying that Sasha and Naomi made the right call. There's a lot of people saying they had the nerve to say Sasha and Naomi were unprofessional. Obviously, this is because of other things that have come through today. But yeah, nothing else there. AJ said she did change it on her Instagram. Okay, there we go. Instagram. Thank you. Tommy said Sasha has a big ego. She is good, but let her go. She's not worth the trouble. Days. Vince still has be in an end all. Say with what happens. He has the final say. Steph is temporary and the interim chairwoman. Harley, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Brent said, speaking of Mankind, what were your thoughts on the Boiler Room brawl? The angle after with Paul Bearer turning on Taker kind of overshadows the match itself. Yes, I agree with that. I thought the match itself was good. I think the Boiler Room brawl was an interesting idea, but something which they didn't really revisit that much. And so I think that kind of keeps that match quite special, but I completely agree. The whole Paul Bearer stuff, I mean, it was such a big moment, though, that happening was always going to overshadow the match. But it's a match which I don't mind revisiting, actually. I think you could still do some really interesting stuff with a Boiler Room brawl match. And obviously, these venues have different boiler rooms. So you could kind of, find... Because, we don't know what the boiler room of AT&T Stadium looks like or whatever. So if we ever found ourselves in a position where we was going to do a boiler room match, you could find like a boiler room that was, quite spooky, quite scary. that had a lot of pipes, that maybe had a few different platforms, maybe had the ability for someone to be thrown over the side or something. Like, you could find like a boiler room like that and claim that it was AT&T or whatever. And I think that would be a good match type that would be specific to a Fiend, to a Mankind type character that could be their match. And I think that's something that's missing, actually, in this day and age, is that people don't really have matches that they're known for. There's not, it'd be good if someone like Ronda was just like, going to challenge people to submission only type matches. Like, that could be fun. And then you've got someone like, I don't know, Finn Balor, and he has boiler room brawl matches, and I kind of think like that would be kind of fun if superstars had, not all the time, we're only talking like once a year, something like that, but they had like match types that were kind of specific to them. Could be interesting. Dave said, imagine a boiler room brawl now after seeing how WWE did the cinematic matches. Well, really good point, because that would be cinematic. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to do that live. I mean, I suppose you could if you wanted them to then go out, but you could always film it, show it on the screen, and then when it's time for the wrestler to go to the ring, just have them backstage in the same outfit they were wearing. And, that's obviously how they did Roddy Piper and Goldust. And, then they kind of made their way out to the ring. So that was actually filmed, I believe it was something like 2 weeks before the Backlot Brawl, the Hollywood Backlot Brawl. And so, you could do it that way. They did didn't they do something similar with the House of Horrors? Bray and Randy. I think they filmed that and then had them kind of continue the match in the ring. So, yeah, you could do that. Or you could just do the whole thing and have it end in the boiler room. But I can understand that they want the action in front of the fans. But I do think there is a place in wrestling for those types of matches. They don't have to only have happened during the pandemic. I think fans would accept going to a show and seeing one match being like pre-recorded if it was like, a cinematic type thing. So yeah, I think there's a place for that. I mean, it feels like the only reason we don't do it is because we don't want to upset the live fans. But in all truth, the live fans are going to equate for, 12,000 people, 15,000 people, 20,000 most if you're doing an arena. There's 2 million that watch, however many million that watch SmackDown in America alone. So it kind of feels like, are we really pandering to 20,000 when there's over 2 million that are watching at home that, would love more of those type of matches? And we've seen it done. I mean, if you think about, like, Ultimate Deletion, that was well before the pandemic. And we saw, as you said, Boiler Room, Brawl, the Hollywood's Backlot Brawl as well. So, we have seen those types of matches, but WWE really don't go to them that often. But I think the Boiler Room Brawl is easier to do without Taker Mankind. Totally different from a Casket and Inferno. Only works with Kane and Taker, says Brenton. But they paid more to go than us at Peacock and Network. But I really wouldn't have that as a barrier. Just because those people paid to go and experience it live, they're still experiencing it live. You're talking about one match out of, 10, 11? And that one match is, filmed. I think that that is not going to be too much to ask. And not even on a regular basis. It's just that I do think that there is a place for it in wrestling, and we have seen them before. But, I really wouldn't have that as a barrier. I really wouldn't have it as a barrier whereby, the 20,000 people that paid money to go and see it have to sit through one taped match. Because, as long as they get, good action and the other matches and maybe give them a juicy dart match, I mean, I can't see anyone complaining. Certainly not if they know in advance going that, there's going to be a pre-taped match. So, Obsolete Delete was fun for a while, said White Lotus. Jilly isn't all wrestling. AEW had Blood and Guts, which was a War Games ripoff. Right, we've got 14 minutes to go. 14 minutes to go. If you are just joining us, welcome. It's great to see people joining us all the time. The light counter's working. That is insane. Do you know what? As I was setting it up, it said 0, and we did have some likes on the stream, so I was like, man, I don't know if that's going to work or not, but it is working right here. Ping, 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 ping. So, yeah, keep dropping likes. We never ask for likes, but they always make a difference. They always help, and they're always appreciated as well. So, yeah, if you are watching, drop a like, and you can change the counter up there, and you can see it as it's climbing. So, big shout out to everyone that's done that. Brenton says, you're the man. I hope you are making all sorts of monies. First-rate commentary. Brent, I really appreciate that, dude. Really appreciate it. I'm trying. I hope people can see I'm trying to find ways to level up the watch-alongs and, try and make it as fun as possible. And, literally we talk about anything, new wrestling, old wrestling, stuff that's in the news at the moment in regards to wrestling, previews for the show, commentary when the show's on. The other thing that we're going to look to start next week is I am going to look to try and start relatively short, right? I don't want anyone thinking we're trying to compete with other post shows. We're not trying to compete with other post shows, but it's been brought to my attention a few times that people clearly are not watching the streams to kind of find out our thoughts on stuff. So our thoughts tend to be at the end of the stream, and I get asked a lot, what did you think of Raw, what did you think of SmackDown? And so it kind of says to me people aren't jumping onto these streams and going to the end and looking at the scores. So I'm really looking next week to pull it into a different separate stream. So what I'm thinking for Monday, we'll start with Raw, is we'll do the Raw stream, we'll end when Raw ends. We will then start a new stream immediately, but it'll be a separate stream, and that's where we'll just put in all our thoughts. We'll break the show down. It'll only be about half an hour. I can't stress this enough. I'm not interested in trying to compete with other shows that are out there that do post shows, because there's a lot of shows that do that, and I'm not worried about that. I just want to try and get the thoughts out there. And the other thing as well is that if I put all of my thoughts into one post show, it will allow me to record that and then maybe share a few things on social media rather than trying to record a whole stream and trying to do it that way. So it just works for a few different reasons, and we'll move the scores and everything into that as well. Probably going to look for that show to run about half an hour. I mean, again, can't stress, really not looking for it to be anything mega long. Just half an hour, so it actually won't be too different to what we do now. It's just that the scores and everything will live in a separate stream, which will already be set up, and we'll just jump straight over to that, and then that'll give me a separate review stream that's only about half an hour long, that if people didn't watch the show, they can jump into that the next morning, bish bash bosh. And I think that might be to the liking of some people as well. Maybe not everyone, but to the liking of some. And yeah, as I said, just constantly trying to find ways of leveling up. Bakayuka said, can we get Triple T and you for the SummerSlam stream? No, because it collides with UFC again. This is the problem with WWE switching to a Saturday, is it definitely works for a lot of people, but for those of us that watch UFC as well, it's a big problem. So there will be a SummerSlam stream, and it will be on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel, and I will even look to try and do figure giveaways for it. We did figure giveaways for the Money in the Bank stream, and I said before, big thank you to everyone that did join that Money in the Bank stream. But unfortunately, where it is going to collide with the big UFC shows, this looks like it's going to be the long-term fix for it, is that I'll do UFC over here and Triple T, or if Triple T can't do it, then I might even look to someone in the community. So we will try and do watch-longs over there for the shows. It's annoying. It's not. There's no positive news there, to be honest. It's really annoying for me as well because I want to watch both, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do. Very difficult thing to do. You know, we've got a very vibrant MMA community that join us every Saturday, and we've got a very vibrant wrestling community that joins us on a much more regular basis. You know, we do streams, obviously, all throughout the week for wrestling, but yeah, it's really, really tricky. It's really tricky. So we will do a watch along though. Don't think there won't be one, and we'll try and make it as engaging as possible. And as I said, to try and give that a bit of a boost, I'll even look to do figure giveaways on it as well. So, but Triple T, man, knocked it out the park for the last one. All I've had is high praise. People loving what Triple T did, and as we said, looks like SummerSlam will live over there. What's up, SmackDown? Not some late night days talk show. We could go into that. We could go into a bit of a late night talk. It does feel like a late night talk show. I must admit, when I looked at it, that was the vibe that I got as well. And I was like, I don't mind that vibe. I don't mind that vibe at all. A bit of a late night talk show. Late nights, because I love that. I love that late night feeling when you're watching something in the early hours of the morning. Everyone else is in bed or just going to bed. It's you on your own. It's kind of your personal time. I kind of like that. I think a lot of people watch those late night shows maybe in bed, you know, just before they're about to go to sleep or whatever. And yeah, I like that vibe. So if that is the vibe you're getting, then I'm a happy boy. Do you remember Raw 25? I remember hearing Cornette and Last review it, saying that the Manhattan Center crowd was mad. They only had 2 matches and a Taker promo, not to mention ticket prices. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't have a great deal of sympathy for that Manhattan crowd because I understand it was a lot of money, but I think you are paying to see something which you won't get chance to potentially see again. So for me, I grew up watching Raw at the Manhattan Center. For me, that would be my ultimate. If I could go to any show, I would want to go to a Raw at the Manhattan Center because that is 1993. It's when Raw first begins. Some of my all-time favorite wrestling memories are from moments that happened in the Manhattan Center. You know, I think about the likes of 1-2-3 Kid beating Razor Ramon. I think about the likes of Ric Flair versus Mr. Perfect. Loser leaves WWE. That came from the Manhattan Center. Think about just the first Raw as well. And the excitement of the first Raw in early 93. And that coming from the Manhattan Center. Plus, you know, the stories I've heard about it since where the Manhattan Center is actually upstairs. And there's only one lift that goes upstairs. And it is a tiny lift. So they had to, like, put the ring in little bits and, like, go up in this lift. And it was an absolute nightmare trying to, like, set the ring up there and get everything sorted because there was one lift that goes up. And it's just, I think if you go to a venue like that and you pay your money, yes, you should see more wrestling. They should have got more wrestling. But I don't have a great deal of sympathy because, for me personally, just to have been in that environment, to have sat there and remembered those moments, looked at the ring, looked at the old school announce table. I think JR might have even been on the call. And JR and maybe Jerry the King, I'm not sure. But I think they did go proper old school with the commentary team there as well. And like sit there and just look around and look at the deco and get pictures and, you know, just reminisce. Like, that to me would have been the ticket price alone. That to me would have done it. I would have been over the moon with that, right? Just to have gone with WWE there and then they put on like a show. But then they got Undertaker as well. Undertaker came out and cut a promo. Got to remember, this venue holds, 200 people, 300 people, something like this. Maybe they managed to get a few more in than that. Perhaps we were pushing 500. But it's not many. I mean, we are not talking thousands and thousands of people here. And Undertaker in that small space, in the ring, cutting the promo. I mean, he didn't say anything, but who cares? Do you know what I mean? You got the entrance. You got the dead man walking out in the ring at the Manhattan set. I mean, done. Amazing. Brilliant. Sign me up. That is it. That is all I need. And then I think the matches they got Bray Wyatt as well, you know. I think they got Bray Wyatt. He wasn't Fiend at this point, but Bray Wyatt against Matt Hardy, I seem to recall, was one of the matches they got for Raw 25. So they got that. I can't remember the other one, but didn't they get, like, because of the complaints, didn't they get, like, the DX moment where all DX was in the ring and then they attacked the Revival? You kind of sit there now and you go, well, Triple H was there, Shawn Michaels was there, like all of DX were there, the Revival were there, Bray Wyatt was there, Matt Hardy was there, The Undertaker was there, and I think there was another match that happened in the ring, and it's that special of a venue. So, yeah, for me, they could have done more. They absolutely could have done more, and like there was a lot of people that were unhappy, but if I'd have gone, I just know I would have loved it. I would have loved it. Just going alone would have done it for me. Street Profits Usos has been booked for SummerSlam. Is that the night the Usos are going to be dethroned, or will the Profits break up happen? I think the Profits will break up. I think the Profits will break up because I think it's been teased. I can't picture the Profits getting another long title run. I think they've teased it. I think that the Profits are on the verge of splitting. I think that it might not happen there and then, but it can't be too far away. I think that Vince is definitely hinting at Montez going solo. So I think it's probably more likely that the Usos get it done, and then Street Profits end up splitting. But as I said, might not split at that show. Jordan, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. You missed Delwyn's super chat. Did I? Let me have a look. I've got Bakayukas. I don't have Delwyn's, actually. Delwyn, just put it in. Let me know. What did you say? Don't super chat it. Just tell me what you said. I'll read it. I thought I'd read them all. Montez has bulked up. He has bulked up. He's looking... there was a great picture of him after a match, and he was like, ah! And he looked absolutely ripped, man. He looked really, really good. Never fear, Larry is here. Adam said Man United Liverpool from Bangkok on Tuesday. Why are you streaming with the microphone? Why are you streaming with a microphone? Say what? What do you mean? Vince won't pass up the opportunity to have Montez as a single star, especially because of the new physique. He looks great. Yep, I agree, Trini. I hope you're well. I wonder what is going to be the first match on Rampage tonight. I know, yeah, that was crazy. We were watching AEW on Wednesday, and the show never ended. Kept going. Changed the ring over the ring aprons, and then all of a sudden, boom, we were starting with Rampage, and it was like, oh my god, we're going to watch Rampage now on a Wednesday, and then they cut the feed, or they cut the feed for me, but I think some of you got a little bit more than I got. Dark Knight said, I've got an idea. You should have a t-shirt making competition for the Wrestling Escape Pods. It's a really good idea, but here's a fun fact for you. I did a t-shirt making competition on the Wrestling Days channel long time ago, and I wanted I'd like to get a new one, actually, like a design for an official Wrestling Days t-shirt. Got a design, you lot voted for it, people that were around at the time. Got a design that won. Got it made. Yeah. It was all being sold through Wrestling Shop and everything. And then I discovered that someone had absolutely just ripped the logo from somewhere else. And the logo, I mean, thankfully, it had been changed. And it had got Wrestling Days on it. And it wasn't literally just the logo. So it had been amended. But, yeah, there'd been no creativity in it whatsoever. They'd literally just stolen it from I think it was a website, a wrestling website. And, they literally just, changed the text over from that wrestling website, put Wrestling Days in and submitted that. So, sort of lesson learnt in a way. And, I mean, it was only a small site or a site I wasn't familiar with, so I didn't recognise it, I didn't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have included it in the competition. So, yeah, it was frustrating, to say the least. I don't know. We could do something for the Wrestling Escape Pod, but At the moment, we are doing a little competition to try and make Tommy smile. That's what we're going to do. Make Tommy laugh on Tuesday. Just send in anything that you think is going to make my co-host laugh. And hopefully it should just be a really fun episode. So, Darcy, shout out to you. Darcy said, love the new overlays and stuff. Looking good. Appreciate it, dude. Certainly from someone who is into editing and content creation as yourself. So appreciate it, bud. Appreciate it. Right, my friends, we are done with that preview. We've spoke about Vince. We've spoke about what's going down. We are now going to move over to SmackDown, and the show is beginning. We do have a little video package just about Money in the Bank, just kind of catching people up on anything that they might have missed. If they did miss Money in the Bank, then they're just being brought up to speed at the moment. We are just seeing the men's Money in the Bank. We are focused on Theory winning, and so that's what they're showing at the moment. So nothing actually happening that we haven't seen before, but we should be going over to the show very soon. Crystal said, did you hear that Liv is going to go to Raw? But the good news is she will now hold the Raw Women's Championship. I didn't hear that, no. I actually haven't heard that, which is kind of interesting to think that they're going to switch the titles again. I mean, we've seen them do it before. I hate it. I'm not a fan of it. I think that it messes up like the prestige and the lineage and the history of the belts. But, you know, it's something that WWE's not bothered by, so can't, you know, I'm not a fan of it, but I must admit, I'm kind of, now that I've seen it happen a few times, I'm getting a bit desensitized to it. So if they do it again, I'm not going to be as upset as I was the first time they did it. But God, that segment, do you remember that segment with Charlotte and Becky where they handed the belts over? That was a flipping disgrace. And there was belts being chucked around and everything. I mean, there was a bit more to it, in all fairness. You know, there was actual professionalism that played there, but still, it's a god-awful segment. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out then. Right, Theory winning. New SmackDown Women's Champion, Liv Morgan. Yeah, I don't know if she's on the show tonight. Right, here we go. Thumbs down for Theory. My second super chat is, have you checked WWE Shop? There's nice new shirts. Oh, I haven't, but I haven't. Sorry I missed that last one. I think what I probably did is I probably glanced at the ticker because I've started to do that now. Corey Graves, we've got good commentary tonight. Corey Graves. I would love to see these two as a two-man booth. Liv in the moment. Right, Liv is oh man, tonight just got way better. We've got Drew and Sheamus. Right, here we go. It is the Tribal Chief. Right, here we go. The Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. Oh, look at their new graphics, man. We've got Roman and we've got the Usos. Really nice CGI. Here come the Bloodline. Right, here we go then. Making their way down to the ring. Welcome back, Roman Reigns. Yeah, it's been a minute, hasn't it? It's been a hot minute. It's been a while. Shouldn't have left you. Dun, dun. Okay, Roman making his way down to the ring with the Usos and Paul Heyman. Acknowledge the bloodline. Justin says, I love Roman. Jordan, shout out to you, dude. Dun, dun, dun. Right, Roman making his way down to the ring, and we are just seeing a Summerslam advert right now. Roman against Brock is obviously the main event, and of course a lot of talk about Theory. I think everyone's expecting Theory to cash in. It does feel a little bit obvious. I don't know that... I think he'll try, but I don't know that he's going to succeed. I think last time we saw Roman was maybe against Riddle. Can't wait for SummerSlam, says Delwyn. This entrance is so long, said Master Chief. Last man standing match. Roman jumping into the ring then. We're about to get... Oh, so is there a sign in the background that says, spoiler, no Roman Reigns match tonight? Roman sucks. Have they been planted by WWE? They're weird signs, aren't they? I mean, WWE must be loving them. Genuinely loving them, because anything that kind of brings heat onto Roman or shows that the fans don't like Roman, that's perfect. Roman sucks. Theory has made his way out. Theory can cash in at any time. Now would be a real stupid time, but no, he's not. He's not going to cash it in now. But they're teasing it. Yes, signs in the crowd. One says Roman sucks. Another says no Roman match tonight. Again, spoiler. And a few other which I couldn't see. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if they were planted by WWE. Maybe not. Perhaps just a group of mates have got together and they're anti-Roman. And they've taken those signs down to the show. But yeah, good. WWE will be into that. Roman does not suck, says Taiwo. Jordan said, I'd love to see Theory versus Roman program. I can't lie. OJ said, did you know that SummerSlam is being held in an outdoor arena? I did. It's a big show for them, and they are trying where they can to get stadium shows. So, we saw the Rumble, obviously WrestleMania. We know Clash at the Castle. We know SummerSlam. I don't know about Survivor Series. Obviously the Saudi shows as well, but they are trying where they can to make their premium live events feel bigger, more impressive, more unmissable. And SummerSlam's going to be that, man. It is going to be that. SummerSlam is one which, you need to be watching, and I'm gutted that I don't think I'll be able to. But as I said, there is a watch-along, there is an official watch-along that we're doing over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. It wasn't that long ago that you lot were hating on Roman, and now you're all up his A-star, says James. Entrance to commercial break. What a start. What a time to be alive. Yes. Yes, we get an entrance. And then we go to commercial break. So, you know, a crazy opening 10 minutes here for SmackDown where we've got a video package and then an entrance. Speaking of commentary, I forgot Byron Saxton was a wrestler. Saw a random clip of him on NXT. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know why that didn't plan out. I mean, I haven't really followed Byron Saxton's career that close, but yes, I remember him being on NXT. He was he not on the NXT when it was more a game show? And then I don't know what happened to him after that. I don't know if he picked up an injury or whatever, but he did transition for whatever reason over into commentary. Corey Graves was obviously a wrestler as well. But he got the heartbreaking news, which I think was shown on Breaking Ground, where he was told that, you know, it was an injury and that was going to be it for him. And he wasn't going to be medically cleared to compete. And so now, you know, he's on commentary. But I really like Corey Graves. I think he's a good commentator. And I think the 2-man booth is so much better than a 3-man booth. And WWE just never go for it. I mean, I think they've been forced into it for SmackDown, so that the 2 commentators we normally can get like shown more, can be highlighted more. Don't have to compete with a third person, and it is better. It is better. A 2-man booth is better than a 3-man booth. Here we go. We've got Roman in the ring. Dumber and Dumber. That's a "you suck" chant slowly breaking out, and it's building. Whatever people say, Roman is one of the best. He is a phenomenal athlete and amazing with the microphone. Roman, you are amazing, says Spurs Gamer. Roman sucks. 3 is the sandwich. Here we go. Acknowledge me. So, there we go. Texas, acknowledge me. And there is a sign in the crowd that says, Roman, Texas acknowledges you. We got a few "you suck" chants. We got some Roman chants. When the tribal chief is in the house, business picks up, and it does as well. Ratings do improve when the tribal chief is around. He's feeling good. Why not? As long as God wakes me up, I can handle anything. Talking about going to the private gym. Private jet. He says, I'm happy to be at work. I'm breathing. I'm healthy. It's a privilege and an honor to see my bloodline. And then I see my wise man. My special counsel. And he looks like this. What did you do to him? The special counsel doesn't look excited. Why is he looking so concerned? Here we go. We're going to hear from the special counsel. The tribal chief's here. You shouldn't be concerned. You should feel very confident. And Paul Heyman's like, I do feel confident. Do we have a problem? I know we're not going back there. Wise man, put your hand out. Roman's so good. Paul Heyman, like, doesn't want to put his hand out. Now tell us what's wrong. And he gives him the microphone. There we go. Heyman shaking as he's getting the microphone. I love you, my tribal chief. It's very engaging. And I love the Usos. Boos? Few boos for the Usos. Is it that Brock's come in? That's where my head's at. We have a problem. And that problem's name is got to be Brock. He's not going to struggle to say Theory, is he? Is Brock Lesnar. We have a problem, and that problem's name is Brock Lesnar. It's really engaging. You are the greatest of all time. No one can hold on to a championship, and you, sir, are holding on to both. 600 plus days. 1,000-day reign. Imagine if we get there. Imagine if we get there. Imagine if we get to 1,000-day reign. Brock Lesnar doesn't respect that, says Paul Heyman. Do you think Sheamus will win? I think it's fair because the Usos and Roman and Butch and Ridge with Sheamus. No, I don't think so. I think it'll be Drew. I think the plans have always been for it to be Drew. So, be a hell of a surprise if it's not Drew. Who was 24 years old and not meant to beat Rock for the title? Brock Lesnar. Who wasn't meant to beat Undertaker at WrestleMania 30? Brock Lesnar. And the crowd joining in with Heyman. Heyman says he's scared. We're going to have to see Roman Reigns go savage. It's good. That's very true, isn't it? Putting Brock down for 3 seconds is one thing, but keeping him down for 10 seconds in a last man standing match. It's a really good point. It's a really good promo. It's really good. I really want to see this match now. This is going to have to be the biggest performance of your career, says Heyman. And I love how Roman's responding. He's listening to the words and he's snarling. Too good at this. Too good. I hear constant criticism of Charlotte winning matches. Is it the same for Roman? The new fans would have hated Bruno and Hogan. I think it probably is the same for Roman. I mean, in all fairness, it got to be that way for Hogan towards the end. You know, there was plenty of people that were tired of Hulkamania by the time it concluded. I don't feel that way. I mean, I'm full steam ahead to 1,000-day title reign for Roman. So, Heyman has said his piece. Here's Theory, though. Theory has come back out. Theory is jogging his way down to the ring. He's jogging his way around the ring. He's got a little smile and a little smirk on his face. He's just done a lap around the ring and gone again. Just to let him know. Just to let him know. Holds the briefcase up. Holds the briefcase up. Cackles away. DS Boys said if Theory cashes in, we riot tonight. That's all day Theory. Reigns, Lesnar doesn't get much bigger than that, says Corey. No pop-up for Theory. It's just a little thing, just a little jog around the ring. That's all he needs. Right. Let's get the scroll text up. There's not much that's happened. Literally a Roman Reigns promo. Theory coming out. What did Heyman said is totally false. Undertaker said only Brock was worthy to end his streak, says Larry. Chris said, I thought Roman was going to Superman punch Heyman, says Chris. I would love to buy a ticket for WWE just to trip him up. You look like a newscaster. It's exactly the vibe I'm going for, Daniel. That's what we do at the start. We talk the news. We talk the wrestling news. And then we do move into more of a kind of commentary kind of position. But, you can do anything on the roof. Is there anyone better than Heyman to hype up a big match, says James. Do you know what? He did such a good job. Such a good job. And I thought Roman was fantastic as well there. Right, we've got Viking Raiders making their way out. Corey said he's never been happier to be seated on Monday Night Raw and well away from these two. Viking Raiders making their way down. Jinder and Shanky, who I thought had split up the other week, are now back together again. So, Viking Raiders versus Jinder and Shanky. That is a tiny laptop. How do you see in it? To be honest, it's just a little thing. You know, it's not my main laptop. Obviously, my main device is what I'm streaming on. This is it's a kid's one that I just like to use to refer to Twitter. I just like to have a look, see what's happening on Twitter. So I just got that there. Just a little thing for Twitter. Are you doing Rampage watch long? And is Rampage on TBS or somewhere else? Rampage is on TNT, isn't it? It's on TNT. We will do Rampage watch long after. To be honest, I don't know what the future for Rampage is going to look like for us, because the numbers show there is a big drop-off in people as soon as SmackDown is done. And if we're going to do a new post-show, then there could be an argument that we focus on that instead of Rampage. But I don't know. We'll have a look at it. I haven't quite made the call on that yet. But, yeah, it is definitely in my thoughts to do SmackDown. And as soon as SmackDown ends, jump over to a review of SmackDown stream. Obviously, Dynamite's not going anywhere. We do the Dynamite streams, but I don't know how essential Rampage is feeling these days. Is that the infamous laptop that runs on gasoline that you always talk about? Yes, it is that one. Just a little thing that I use for Twitter, and it doesn't use that much gasoline, which is good when you look at the prices of gasoline at the moment. It's just a little thing. A little witty Twitter laptop. Say that 10 times fast. No. Did you see my message? I saw an email came through. I haven't had a chance to. I check my emails once a week. I tend to check my emails just before Wrestling Escape Pod, but I think you sent something through for the Escape Pod, so it'll make it. It made its way through. Brenton said, "Did you hear about Vince's reaction after he appeared on SmackDown? He yelled F them to the allegations. I wonder if he said the same to the new allegations. I didn't hear that, no, that he'd said that, but he is someone that likes to be front and center. He is someone that likes to be, you know, in that kind of driving seat position of power, be that showing off to the talent, showing off to the WWE universe. Like, he is going to want to be front and center and showing that he is coming out fighting in front of everyone, be it, as I said, talent or whoever. So I can believe that. I can believe that. I have checked, and Roman will hit 1,000 days as Universal Champion on the 16th of February 2023. Is that true? Is that true? That doesn't feel true. Maybe it is true. That's earlier than I was expecting. I thought we were going to have to get past WrestleMania. So, I mean, if that is true, and we've just got to get past, like, to February, I don't think that's a big ask. We're already in July. I don't think that's a big ask. Right, Jinder and Shanky taking on the Viking Raiders. Obviously, the start of this show taken up with Roman. We did get Theory coming out, just jogging around, making his presence felt. Shanky dancing away as Jinder tells Shanky, get back on the outside. Right, we've got Ivar pounding away on Jinder. This Liv title run, does she make it past Ronda and Charlotte with the title? I can see Ronda going on a hiatus while Charlotte moves to Raw in the draft in October. I could see Liv losing to Bayley. I think this title reign is going to be very difficult for Liv. There's a lot of big people around. As you said, it's going to be hard to keep the title on Liv when she's got to face 4 horsewomen and she's got to face, you know, potentially Asuka or whoever. I mean, there's so many killers around. You know, she was struggling to get into that conversation. She's there now, and as I said, whatever happens, like whatever segment she's on, needs to feel big, needs great ratings. Like, she's going to need a lot of support from people if this title reign is to carry on. I think it's probably more likely that they will switch it at SummerSlam. Right, Viking Raiders beat Jinder and Shanky, and now we've got the New Day coming out. New Day have made their way out. Hold up. Whoa, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Viking Raiders. So we've got New Day out. We've got Xavier and we've got Kofi. I think Liv will hold on for it for a while because of the fans, says Bianca. These are our butts, and our butts are still here, says Kofi. Ronda basically endorsed Liv by raising her hand. Might be an indication she'll hold on to it to a minute. That's not Ronda's call, though, is it? I mean, Ronda apparently said put it on the person that's the most dedicated, the most passionate, all that kind of stuff. So I think, it's down to Ronda as to, why she got the belt. But it ain't going to be down to Ronda for how long she holds on to that belt. As I said, I agree. It is going to come down to the fans. I think fan support does go a long way. But is it going to be enough? Is there going to be enough fan support? Are her segments going to do crazy numbers? Not good numbers, crazy numbers. Are her segments going to do well on YouTube? Is she being searched for loads on Google? Is her merch flying off the shelves? Like, all of that stuff is, what's the ratings in her segments look like? I would say the ratings for her segments are going to be, like, super, super important as well. If she has got the fans, and they show out in force, then they absolutely could make the decision to go beyond SummerSlam. Right now, I would say it's more likely, though, that she loses at SummerSlam, because I don't think she's having like the same impact that, say, a Becky. I mean, that's a high bar, but Becky, Bianca, I don't know that Liv is that level. I think she's got potential to get to that level, but I don't know that she's there right now. They've had a lot more invested in them than what Liv has. That's part of the problem. She just hasn't had that much opportunity. You know, she's only had like one championship match, I think, at the start of the year. She's done like, you know, she was in a little feud with Rhea. That's now ended. Now she's got the title, but apparently she was never meant to get the title. That was never the plan. So, yeah, I think there's plenty of Liv fans out there, but beyond that fan base, into the wider WWE universe, is there enough support for crazy numbers that cannot be ignored? I don't know. We'll find out. Raid. Fella said Sheamus deserves to win tonight. He's so good, and he's been almost 14 years on WWE. Darcy said, I would love to see Charlotte and Ronda at SummerSlam with a personal storyline attached. I hate how WWE always think high-profile feuds need a title on the line. Let Liv have some fun. Brent said, Liv is Leon Spinks to Ali, and Ronda will regain. It is an excellent look for Liv. I need to renew my membership. No worries, Edwards. Takoda says, that means he'll lose the belt before if he faces Rock at Mania. I get the significance of the 1,000 days, but if Cody returns... Well, if Cody returns, he can win the WWE title, but that Universal title reign will continue. So the Universal could still get to 1,000 days. So he could actually lose that title, the WWE one, to Cody, and there'll be no drama. So, Tori, shout out to you. Harley said the SummerSlam graphics are so good. Do you know what is so good? Gunther! The Hing General! Shout it from the rooftops! The Hing General! Yes, Gunther making his way down to the ring. Who will be the next victim? An open challenger. Gunther open challenger. The Hing General. Yes. Sign me up. I tell you what. Loving it. Great Roman promo. Now we've got a Gunther open challenge. Loving it. WWE dropped the ball on the Riot squads. Big time, says Brian. I hope they don't screw Liv over. Samuel said, why did I read Fridge Raiders instead of Viking Raiders? Lol. Retribution said, how come you're on the rooftop? Is it because of the heat? It is very warm. It is very warm, in all fairness. And, you know, listen, we make noise. There's no escaping it. We make a lot of noise, and other people in the block were not pleased about the noise that we were making with some of those big reactions we've had. And so, to the roof I've been told to go. And that's where I am. I want a Bibby, an Ezekiel, and a Hing General t-shirts. Days is a man of the city. It is true. I am also Batman. So, just throw that out there. James said, let it be Butch, then Gunther can chop him back to being Pete Dunne. Yes. Can you see a UFC match type? That's an interesting question, Edwards. I like that question. I can see there being a UFC sort of match. I mean, I can see a Ronda Shayna feud. And I think that if you was going to do Ronda and Shayna, I think why not play to their strengths? And their strengths would be like an MMA type encounter. You don't want them going down to the ground, like ground control, all that kind of stuff. That's not going to play to the pro wrestling crowd. Believe it or not, wrestling will not play to the pro wrestling crowd. Or should I say the sports entertainment crowd. So, heaven forbid that we actually do some grappling. But I think you could lean into a cage of some kinds. I think that'd be really exciting. We have done stuff, obviously. Owen Hart and Ken Shamrock. I think wasn't that a SummerSlam where they had their Lion's Den kind of cage match? They did something. I can't remember what it was called. The Fight Pit, was it, in NXT? That was great. Could do that. Wasn't like well, it was kind of MMA, but NXT's take on it. So could have a look at that as well. AEW did Wardlow and Hager in that kind of environment. So certainly not out there. Certainly not anything we haven't seen before. So I think there's a good chance that we could see something for Ronda and Shayna. I think it makes sense to go that way. I mean, they're both former MMA fighters. Both were in UFC. Feels like we're heading to a feud. And as I said, why not play to their strengths? Gunther versus Gable Steveson would be good, says Knight Rider. British Soundboard Pranks, shout out to you, buds. Eric said Chris Jericho won 2 titles on the same night, separate matches, and unified them. Why can't Roman Reigns lose 2 matches to 2 different people, losing both titles? He can. I hope it does go that way. I hope it goes that way. I hope that because the rumor has been since WrestleMania that this was never a long-term thing to have these 2 titles be unified and, we just have one champion. Apparently it was just to make that WrestleMania match feel even bigger, like winner takes all, winner gets everything type deal. And that was the reason for it. It wasn't because they want to go forward with one champion. So right, here we go. Gunther in the ring. There, Ludwig is doing his talking in the ring this time. Both guys are in there. I love both of these. Yeah, Ludwig's great as well with his intros. He looks so good as well. Gunther looking around as the crowd are booing him. The red really pops, doesn't it? The Ring General! So good. So good. Big Time Baxter said, could you see Charlotte returning at SummerSlam, causing a DQ in Liv Ronda as a way to protect Ronda? Triple threat at Clash at the Castle. I suppose you could go that way. I mean, there's certainly potential for Charlotte to come back. She's got to come back soon. So I don't think she's been out with much of an injury. I think she did have an injury. I think she did have a little niggle, but she got married and everything, didn't she? So yeah, I'm expecting her back soon. I'm not expecting her to be away for too long. SummerSlam would make sense. Maybe the same with Bayley as well. So there's definitely ways that Liv could get out of SummerSlam with the title. Somebody. Someone has to deserve the opportunity to compete with me. Crowd are watting away as Gunther was talking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shinsuke. Shinsuke. Shinsuke versus Gunther. Shinsuke is making his way out. This is going to be good, man. Shinsuke versus Gunther. You tell me you're not excited by that. Here's Nakamura making his way down to the ring. Okay, we've got Corbin doing the normal dancing spot. Are we going to get this match now? Like, I want this match at SummerSlam. I don't want this match now. Shinsuke versus Gunther. Shame Shinsuke's in red. I do like him in red, though, but both of them are in red. There's a whole lot of red in that ring. A whole lot of red. Shinsuke getting right in the face of Gunther. I'm so down for this. So down for this. You keep the title for now. So, it's going to be Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser's going to be facing Shinsuke. Okay, so what I would say is that Shinsuke's promo skills are a little bit of a problem because he comes out and you can't. It is difficult to make out what he says, but basically he just says to Gunther, "You keep your title for now, Ludwig. I challenge you to a match." So, you know, we're getting Shinsuke and oh, lovely drop kick there by Ludwig. We're getting Shinsuke and Ludwig. But, yeah, I would have liked a bit more from Shinsuke. I would have liked Shinsuke to have said, "I'm coming for your title. I want that match." And, you know, it'd be nice to know when that match potentially is going to happen. Like, is it next week? Is it SummerSlam? Like, what are we building towards? So, you know, I challenge you for it, but not now. We're going to do it here. That would have been good. For now, I'm going to take out your, you know, whoever, crony, whatever. And, like, but you can't get that with Shinsuke because his command of the English language isn't that strong. So, instead, like, we just get bare minimum. You keep your title. I'm going to face Ludwig. But either way, Gunther versus Shinsuke. Amazing. Fire. Love it. You've got Gunther versus Ludwig. Oh, I need to change it then. Shinsuke. How do you spell Ludwig? Ludwig. Dun, 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 dun. I like it. I like it. If that's going to be SummerSlam, I like it. Darcy said, WWE Nightmare booking. Brock loses to Roman at SummerSlam, but then wins the IC title from Gunther. Brock versus Roman again and loses the IC title. Roman has 3 belts. It's so bad that they might do it. I think Roman will lose 1 title to Brock and then beat down Brock so that Theory can cash in on Brock, lead into an easier match for Roman to get the championship back, says Samuel. That's interesting. Do you think Roman will beat Brock at SummerSlam? I do personally, yes. I think that he does get past him because I don't think that was the plan. And plans can change, and they have changed. But, yes, I think that he will get past him because it was meant to be him against Randy. It's now hit Roman against Brock. And we know that Roman's going to go on to Clash at the Castle to face Drew. So I've got to think that Roman's getting out of SummerSlam with at least 1 belt. So I think he leaves with the Universal. And to be honest, that's all I care about. I don't really care what happens with him and the WWE title because he's only had that since WrestleMania. The Universal one is the one that we're on like a 600-day title reign for, and that's the one that's a lot more important in my eyes. Gunther against Sheamus for the IC title, and Sheamus will win to be the ultimate Grand Slam champion, says Fella. Fella! What date is the Raw and SmackDown draft? I don't think it's been confirmed as it, but rumors are that it's going to be... Is it October, just after Clash at the Castle? Rumors that we're looking September, October. Lemdog said, the IC title finally defended on pay-per-view since Mania 37. That deserves a pop. Well, it's not been defended yet at SummerSlam. I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping that's what they're going to confirm. I'm hoping that they're not just going to do it next week. Okay, so we have got Shinsuke with Ludwig. He's got Ludwig up in the corner. Nice knee strike there by Shinsuke. Please acknowledge Kwang as the right person to dethrone Roman. Absolutely. I would never acknowledge anyone else. Love the idea. Have they confirmed that it's going to be SummerSlam yet? Love the idea of... Gunther versus Nakamura. Shinsuke in the corner looking for the Kinshasa. Shinsuke wins. He hits the Kinshasa and he gets the victory. WWE is saving better than Corbin. WWE is a liar. I could see Tyson Fury could dethrone Gunther. Never. If anything. Oh. Gunther shouting at Ludwig here. Don't break these up. He's telling Ludwig to get up. USA chance. Oh! Big chop by Gunther. Ludwig goes down. He's telling him to get back up again. He's going to chop him again. Oh! Another big chop to Ludwig. Failure will not be tolerated. And again, he's telling him to get up again. I tell you what, Ludwig is ripped, man, isn't he? Ah! They sound like gunshots. Oh, and he goes down again. Gunther standing over Ludwig. Ludwig's chest is red raw. Heels turning on heels. Pretty wild. Little bit of sympathy building up for Ludwig, but I wouldn't want to see them go their separate ways. I think they're good together. But I like the fact that failure will not be tolerated. And I certainly don't want to see Ludwig just constantly getting beaten. Like, Ludwig should be a player in this division. He should be someone that gets wins. I don't want to see anyone that's going to face Gunther beat Ludwig. Do you know what I mean? Like, that'll suck. WWE Dream Booking. Brock loses to Roman. And then Gunther continuously destroys everyone. Cuts promos about wanting a real challenge. And we get Brock Gunther at Mania. Yeah, down for it. The only concern I would have is I don't know that they would put Gunther over Brock. To be honest, I don't even know if they should put Gunther over Brock. I think Gunther is a credible challenge to Brock. I feel like Brock's faced a lot of smaller guys. Someone like Gunther's a little bit bigger, but he probably needs a bit more time to continue like building and getting jacked. So, yeah, by WrestleMania, he should have a good size to him. I think he's continuing working hard in the gym, like, so, yeah, hopefully, I mean, he'll get to an even bigger size than he is now. Because I must admit, I looked at him there and, like, I mean, Brock's just got such a presence. It's going to be really hard for Gunther to match that. But if he takes his training and is working out seriously, you could get him to a really good place. Really good place. But I love Gunther. I would say Roman and Gunther. I mean, what a great show. I would say they're my two favorites, along with Asuka. I mean, that's my triple threat right there. That's my top three. Asuka, Gunther, Roman. Lovely. Chuck Cody in there as well. I don't know who my fifth would be, actually. But without a shadow of a doubt, those are my top four in WWE right now. Even though he's not in WWE right now, Cody, because of his injury, but you get my point. We are just seeing a video package for Liv when she cashed in. It would have made sense at Money in the Bank. WWE should have had Shane McMahon start Money in the Bank with the theme music, and Shane could have come out. Gunther needs to beef up before taking on physically stronger opponents, says Larry. I doubt you ever did watch Sopranos. I didn't. I do want to watch it, but I just haven't had the chance to watch it. Edward said, do you see Brock Bobby in a cage MMA rules? I'm going to lean to no. Just because they've kind of already had a little bit of a feud, and we didn't get it then, and I don't know if their paths are going to cross again, so I'm going to lean to no on it. Right, here's Liv. Liv is making her way out. She is not in wrestling gear. Right, Liv won Money in the Bank and then cashed in. That's true. Liv making her way down. High five in the fans. Smackdown is Liv. God damn, some crazy footwear that she's got on, isn't it? Liv with the championship in the ring. Did you see the Michael Cole clip of Liv cashing in the briefcase? No. Jilly said, Liv gets a pay rise for a short period of time. That's all I think when I see her now. Fella said, who do you think is the most underrated WWE superstar of all time? I think it's really hard to answer, to be honest, because, like, it's just really hard to answer, isn't it? I mean, because you don't know how people are rated. So, again, I keep coming back to that. It's really hard. I mean, anyone that I think is really good that doesn't get mentioned about enough. I mean, the first name that would come to mind would be Bruno Sammartino, but it's hard to say that he's the most underrated. I mean, I think like a lot of the guys that were around before WrestleMania would be in that conversation, because WWE doesn't really look back in its history that much and doesn't really kind of raise those people up, you know? I mean, whoever talks about Pedro Morales? But he's a former WWE champion and held it for quite a while as well. Not like a Stasiak or an Ivan Koloff who only held it briefly. But, you know, if you think about what Bruno actually achieved, because his achievements are so big and will likely never be beaten, his name doesn't necessarily get mentioned that much because he kind of overshadows what a lot of people do in this day and age. You know, we're talking about Roman potentially getting to 1,000-day title reign, and you got Bruno Sammartino who had a 7-year title reign. So, you know, it's hard to like talk about him because he was too dominant in a way. Bruno was too dominant. So I think back to that time, and I think about like superstar Billy Graham, who never gets mentioned enough. I think about Pedro. I think about Bruno. I think about quite a few people from that era. If you want like maybe a bit more recently, people that are underrated. I mean, I feel like Ron Simmons deserves more praise because he is maybe the first African-American black wrestler to win a world title. There was one, like a major world title. There was ones before, but they were smaller titles, smaller promotions. But he beat Vader to win the WCW world title. Like he held the WCW world title, and that was big. And then, you know, he comes in and he's with the Nation and all of that. Like, I think what he achieved, and APA and Acolytes and everything, I think what he achieved and the respect that people, like, have for him, I think that he deserves more kind of praise than what he gets. There's loads. There's loads. Do you think Clash at the Castle is in the UK that they could do Gunther Dragunov or Tyler Bate or Butch? I think there'll be very limited NXT UK people on the card, but they might make it onto like the pre-show. There could be a match for the NXT UK Championship. I think it is an opportunity, but I don't think it's an opportunity for many. There could be like a multi-person tag match to like show off the roster on the pre-show. That would make sense. And then you could do the match to crown the new champion, because I don't know if you heard, but Ilya Dragunov has had to surrender the championship, vacate the championship. And he's had to do that because of injury. So we need a new champion. So, yeah, we could get a multi-person match on the pre-show, and we could get a new champion crown maybe on the main show. Right, here we go. We've got Michael Cole in the ring with Liv Morgan. Thank you so much. You only live once sign in the crowd. You deserve it, chant from the fans. She's going to cry. She's going to cry. Liv's outfit is a book from Zelina Vega's old wardrobe. Where has Zelina been? Don't know. I don't know that she was injured or anything. Been a hot minute. Michael Cole says Ronda suffered a knee injury with her match with Natalya. Ronda wants a rematch. Maybe as early as SummerSlam. Liv says, bring it, Michael. This is a culmination of a lifetime of hard work, sweat, and tears.
I know exactly what it took for me to get where I am today, and I'm willing to work 10 times as hard to stay here.
She says, I know what it took for me to get here, and I'm willing to work 10 times as hard to stay here. There's a lot of people that disagrees, but I feel that Theory deserves this push. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with him being pushed. I think he needs to hold the briefcase for a while. I think if he wins the title at SummerSlam, that'll be too soon for me personally. Liv is crushing this promo, says Zoom Station. Darcy said Liv is a decent promo since having the belt. She is pretty believable on the mic, says Brent. She's showing a lot of emotion because I think she genuinely is feeling this emotion. I don't feel like she's in there acting this up and then goes backstage being like a diva. I think what you see is what you get with Liv, and I think that connects well with the fans. She said, there was times that I wondered if I would ever get here. Never give up. Follow your dreams, guys, says Liv as Natalya interrupts. Makes sense. This is something we discussed actually on the Raw stream, that she would be a good first opponent for Liv. Great wrestler. She can put Liv through the paces. Credible opponent to get a victory over. Natalya is just the ultimate gatekeeper. Like, if you want to get to the main roster, if you want to get anywhere, and you're a female, pretty much all roads lead through Natalya. Natalya says, you're only champion because I injured her. Ronda. Never give up. It took her 10 years to get where she is now, and she's not much better from the Ruby Riott days, says Chili. Here's Ronda. Jordan, shout out to you, says Seth is underrated. Jordan Walsh, hope you are well. Here is the rowdy one. I get down by my reputation. She's still hobbling her way down. I like her look. I like the blue jacket, the blue eyeliner. She's still selling that knee injury. Don't need a doubt about reputation. Right, Ronda in the ring. She looks badass, man. Ronda looks great. That blue jacket pops. Ronda says, at SummerSlam, you're going to learn that challenging for the title is easier than defending it. I'm not dressed to compete. Not great from Ronda. Ronda is really bad on the mic, isn't she? She just can't do any kind of inflection or emotion or really get anything across. Her promo skills. She's never really had to do it, though. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, Days, have you ever met the other UK wrestling channel people like Simon Miller and all of them? No. I don't move in those circles, do I? So I don't know. I wouldn't even know where you would meet such people, to be honest. But no, I never went to like What Culture Wrestling or anything like that. To be honest, they're not, I mean, no shade. I know people will think I'm throwing shade. I'm not. They're not channels that I watch. So, you know, your Cultaholics, your Wrestle Talks, your What Cultures, they're not channels that I've ever engaged with. I'm obviously aware of who they are. And I did meet the Wrestle Talk guys. I did meet them too. I can't remember. Luke was one. And I did meet those guys. They were actually at Wrestling Shop Live when I was there as well. So there is actually a picture of me and those two. But I've, again, no shades. I know people will take it the wrong way. No shade whatsoever. It's just, that's just not channels that I've ever watched. But I do like Simon Miller. I like Simon Miller. I don't watch his ups and downs, but he has actually got like a workout channel. And he's got a great physique. He's someone that's trying to get into wrestling. Whenever I have seen him, he comes across like, great guy. And so if there was any of them that I would want to meet, it'd probably be him. Because he comes across like, sound guy. And I think when they all left to set up Cultaholic, he stayed with What Culture, didn't he? I think he's still there. And I think like what I really like about him is, again, he's got this other channel, which is like a workout channel. So that he's kind of like doing the wrestling stuff and he's clearly really into it. But it's he's kind of like forging his own path. He's doing his own thing. And I appreciate that more. Maybe because that's what I do. I do my own thing. So I appreciate that. People that are out there, hustling, working hard, doing the grind themselves. I've got a lot of respect for that. So, no, I haven't, to answer your question. But I would. I like Simon Miller. I would be down for meeting him. Jilly said you are a success because you're genuine, humble, and honest. You don't fake anything. Jilly, shout out to you. I mean, I do. I mean, there's not. It'd be hard, wouldn't it? Let's put it that way. Imagine if I was trying to like fake stuff for like the amount of times we stream. I mean, I just don't think that's possible. I don't think you'd be able to do it. I think like I'm honest about things. Obviously, some of my opinions, maybe a lot of my opinions, are ones that aren't shared by many people. But all I can do is be honest about what I'm seeing and what I'm enjoying, what I'm not enjoying. Get your thoughts. It's great, man. Really, really appreciate people joining us. Really, really do. And hopefully people are having fun, enjoying the show, and getting your halftime scores. I would do the little song, but we are literally running out of time here. 'Cause I was chatting away then. So put in your scores. Get your scores in. What do you think of the show so far? We're about 50-odd minutes away from the end of the show, so it's a little bit past halftime, but... what about Von Wagner versus Brock or Gunther? I don't mind eventually. It feels a bit soon. You're going to have to introduce him to a whole new audience on the main roster. Right, we've got Liv, and she's out the ring. I don't know if she's gone to commentary or whatever, but it is Natalya versus Ronda, believe it or not. Rematch from... She came hobbling down as well, so why have we got the... She came hobbling down to the ring. And clearly still feeling or still selling the effects. And now she's here in a match, which is very strange. Or at least I find it strange. Right, we've got 6.5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 6.59. 6.597. I'm drinking Coca-Cola, says Alan. Ronda getting put out for a long break, question mark. Don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Natalya's hobbling away. Natalya's pretending to sell an injury here. Ronda slaps her leg and then fires a kick in. I mean, she seems to be moving all right now. Strike coming into the midsection. Ronda has grabbed Natalya. Slams her onto the edge of the ring. Couple of elbows. Actually, I prefer Ronda in these trousers, these tights. I think it looks better. When she's wearing those little shorts and she's constantly having to pull them down, I feel like that's a bit of a distraction. This looks better. Although, saying that, she's constantly pulling these up as well. She's got Natalya in the ring, and she's got an ankle lock applied. Natalya is up on her feet. Ronda has grabbed Natalya, and she slams her down. Ronda is down, and ankle lock again being applied by Ronda. Ronda working on the leg. Natalya trying to sell. Natalya in the middle of the ring. Natalya screaming, and she finally taps. So Ronda beats Natalya. I must admit, I'm not crazy about that because these two faced each other at Money in the Bank, and it was built up as this big thing. Fast forward, and Ronda's just quite easily dispatching Natalya. A Ronda that's seemingly injured as well, by the way. I don't believe Natalya was injured coming into this. So, like an injured Ronda competing against Natalya, someone she faced at Money in the Bank, and like easily destroying her. I'm not sure about that. Something for the live fans, though, isn't it? You know, if you go to the show, I mean, to see Ronda in action is exciting. I'd be excited. Right, we're seeing Drew backstage right now. Easy work for Liv. I hope you're watching. At SummerSlam, Ronda will only need a few seconds with you. Clash at the Castle is going to be huge, says Drew McIntyre. It could be Roman. It could be Brock. It could even be Theory. It could be Theory. Miss Clown says, "We the people." Miss Clown, hope you are well. Who should beat Roman? To be honest, for the WWE title, I'm not fussed. There's a lot of people saying it should be Seth and then Cody beats Seth for that one. In regards to the Universal, if I could choose anyone to get the Universal, I would. Do you know? That's really hard. I want whoever gets it is going to get a massive push. Maybe Theory. Maybe it should be Theory. Theory will get a big push. Right, here we go. We've got Maximum Male Models. It's going to be the tennis collection. Maximum Male Models. That was the worst Scottish accent ever. Hi, we jobby. How are ya? Nice to see you. Gonna wee jobby. I think my Scottish accent's based on Billy Connolly. Justin said, we all know that Drew was facing Roman at Clash at the Castle. Why? Sheamus drew the match to decide the contender. What has Sheamus done, says Justin. It's true, actually. It would be nice if that had been explained. I do agree with that. But, and I also feel like you could have done something now that was like a tournament, and the winner, the final of the tournament be at SummerSlam, and the prize is you face the Universal Champion at Clash at the Castle. Like, you could have made a big thing of this. Instead, it's like Drew, Sheamus. Winner goes main events Clash at the Castle. Doom. Bish bash bosh. On a random SmackDown. Must be a reason for it. Perhaps they've got other plans for Drew at SummerSlam, so they can't have him do that, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Dave, say donkey. Done. What do you mean in Scottish? Donkey. Ah, Shrek. Good, very good. Tennis collection is next. Edward says that's even worse. Edward, what do you know about Scottish and Scotland? Nothing. Yeah, nothing. So I will take my criticism from people that actually know about Scotland. Thank you. Hunter and Scotty said, do you think The Rock would be able to beat Brock? No, not right now. I mean, he couldn't back in the day. So now he's been out the ring for so long. I'm gonna say no. But if WWE did a Survivor series with AEW and New Japan, how good would it be for Bloodline against Bullet Club? That would be fire. Maybe an appearance by Haku. Fella said, I feel that Theory will be screwed like Corbin after Corbin was screwed when he won Money in the Bank. Frank said, does the New Day make superstars turn heel? Should they be stopped? Do they make superstars turn heel? What, the New Day? Who have they made turn heel? Viking Raiders. Don't know. I think they need to be. I think they need a reinvention. I can say that much. I think they're a little bit stale. They could do with reinventing, but no, I can't. I think they're all right. I think they're still popular. Sunday. What's this? Undertaker. What we doing? Undertaker said there was nothing in the wrestling world he didn't have answers for, but his personal life was a little bit different. Here we go, Maximum Male Models. Max Dupree. Max Dupree. The highly anticipated debut was not only a smashing success this week. Captivating treat. Time to be captivated. The 2022 tennis collection. Yes, 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 yes. This will serve your inner needs. You are gonna love it. Here's Marseille. Looks great. Looks great. Looks great. Old school racket. That must have come from Vince McMahon's racket collection. It's an old school wooden racket, but Marseille making his way down. Wimbledon has never seen anything like this, says Corey Graves. It's nice. Oh, he's going to hit some balls, is he? He's showing off the 20-inch biceps. God, this is just like flipping the narcissist Lex Luger. Do you remember him at Royal Rumble 93? Marseille. Those are some of the best hamstrings we've ever seen. It's okay to admit it. Mansoir, is it now? Mansoir. Mansoir's coming out. Mansoir looking very similar. Very similar, but it is slightly different. I need a report about the men. Do they look hot? Yes. Of course they do. They're maximum male models. I mean, what do you expect? Of course they look hot. Why do you think I'm on the flipping roof? That's how hot they are. I need this cool breeze. Jilly said, what are we watching? Maximum male models. BBB Ipsy said this maximum models is going to lower my score to 5.5. Look at that stance. That is a perfect stance. He should be at Wimbledon with that stance. Corey Graves says, I hope Novak Djokovic is watching right now. Is he reading? Is he reading that in the ring? They just showed a little maximum male model window, and it looked like he was reading from a card. Maybe he is. Mansoir. You guys won't know about high fashion, but in high fashion, when there is, like, you know, the person that does the talking, they do have cards. So it's nothing out of the ordinary. Mitchell, shout out to you, says, I need MMM versus MNM. That would be awesome, even if they did a photo shoot-off. Oh, there's a MaximumMaleModels.com. Hello, there is an official website. Maximum Male Models. I'm going straight there. Male Models website. It exists. There it is. There it is. Maximum Male Models. New York, Los Angeles. Submit your application. I confirm that I'm 13. I agree. Oh, it's not letting me scroll to the end. Continue. Oh my god, there's a whole form to fill out if you want to be a maximum male model. What do you actually get for that, though? Upload your headshot. Oh, I'm so doing that. So doing that. You can submit. You can actually join Maximum Male Models. What if you're not a male? What if you're a lady? What if you're one of them women? Submit your application form to Maximum Male Models. I'm sure a lot of you right now are racing over there to do exactly that. It's like join the Dark Order. You should do it. You could totally be a model. I could totally be a model. That is absolutely true, yes. Right, here is Theory. We're backstage with Theory. Oh, he's so good. I was letting the Tribal Chief know that the youngest Money in the Bank winner is always watching. I got to see how arrogant Roman was up close. People don't like me, and I love that they don't like me. If you want to be a maximum male model, you have to paint your fingernails like those two did. Is that all you have to do? When do you think Big E will be back? I don't know. He said that he needs a scan next year. I don't know if he can be back before that or not. I hope so. Roman Reigns is screwed, says Theory. Roman Reigns is screwed. Do you think there will ever be a WWE AEW crossover? No. Here's Madcap. Mitchell said, at least use a VPN. There are such things as scams. None of us know your real name and you're going to give it away just to be a model? Yes. You do know my real name, Days. And that's exactly what I would put on the form. Days, first name, Days, last name. Occupation, legend. Weirdo that hangs out on a roof. Here's Aaliyah. Aaliyah has made her way out. What we got? Lacey and... Oh, I'd be... Booze, wasn't there for Lacey at Money in the Bank? Shotzi and... Was that Raquel? Raquel, I think so. Yeah, Mitchell, I would do nothing to compromise my integrity any more than I have in life already. Don't you worry about that, bud. Don't you worry about that. Is this WWE Challenge? Oh, God. I wish it was. I wish it was. Wrestling Challenge from back in the day. WWF Primetime. Oh, my God, amazing. I never thought about it, but having Theory McIntyre feud could be interesting. Old Chosen One versus New Chosen One. I really like that. That's good, Darcy. That's good. I like it. Kojiko said the unicorn is the national animal of Scotland. That is true, yeah. That is true. It was apparently chosen because of the connection with dominance and chivalry, as well as purity and innocence. Is that true? I thought they did a competition to find an animal, and a load of people just went, "Let's have a unicorn." I didn't realise there was like an actual reason behind it, but. Jordan said, "I just submitted my headshot. Let's get the bread." Do it, man. You could be out there. You could be out there. I don't know when the swimwear... I don't know when the swim collection is coming up, but it can't be too far away. You might be out there for that one. 50/50 says, my phone has died. I'm sorry to hear that. Darcy said, I can't wait to see you on MMM next week. Wearing the swimsuit catalogue, a Meltzer 5 out of 5 is incoming. It's true. My swimwear as well literally has got Meltzer's face on the front. Little tiny thong. And then the latest issue of The Observer on the back. And that's it. That is literally all I wear. Just a Meltzer mask on the front. Latest issue of The Observer on the back. Little bit of string connecting the two. That's all you need. And maybe some like inflatables if I do go swimming. That's all you need. That's it. Darwin said, I've signed up. Very good. Bakayuka said, we need Triple T for MMM segments. Triple T on Triple M? I'm sure we can do that. Sure we can do that. Ping messages over to the Wrestling Escape Pod Twitter account. He jumps on there all the time, so he'll see them. And I'm sure he'll sign up to that for you. Meltzer has a big nose for your sake. Very good. Very good. Well, he'd need one. He'd need one. I don't know if you would agree, but I love seeing Reigns Gunther. Listen, I'm down for seeing Gunther against pretty much anyone, so... yes, I do agree. I do agree. Days is a real name. Who would call their son Days? Wow, my weird parents, that's who. It's Shotzi and Shayna. Oh, is it Shotzi and Shayna? Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. I really appreciate the support. You don't need to keep firing in super chats, though, buddy. It is greatly appreciated. But you don't have to keep doing it. You're filling up the box at the bottom, Mitchell. You're dominating. Dominator. Mitchell, the Dominator. Gillum. Ah! Last one for me tonight. Good. But it is appreciated, dude. It's very, very appreciated. Did Otis really puke? Or was it a work? And when are you doing a My GM for 2K? We would eat it up. Lacey Evans coming out and not getting a great reaction, and so she's left. Lacey Evans came out, she listened to the response, and she was like, nah, forget it, and she's gone. She's coming out again. Comes out, and again, she's listening. She's trying to get the... I thought she'd done one then. But instead, she wanted a better reaction from the fans, and the fans... Is she getting it? Is she getting what she wants? No, she's not getting what she wants. One more. Come on. Come on. Yeah, she wants a better response from the WWE. Like, Aaliyah is not happy with this at all. So, was it a work? No, I think it was, yeah, it was a work. It was something that was planned. I mean, they showed constant replays of it. He went out the ring just before to, you know, whatever it was going to throw up to put it in his mouth. So, yeah, it was all plans. In regards to My GM thing, I mean, that... I haven't got the game, to be honest, so I can't say that there's any plans for that to come onto the channel, but I don't know, never say never. I might be down for doing that and just doing a few bits over on the Wrestling Escape Pod, but I would never commit to it because, as I said, I haven't even got the game yet, but... Lacey has come out, gone back again, come out, gone back again. Now she's in the ring. I want to take a minute. Booze for Lacey again, you know. Booze for Lacey. That's the response I get. Booze for Lacey. That's the reaction I get. Don't you know who I am? Don't you know what I've been through? Yeah. Week after week after week after week. What? Boo! Shut the F up! Shut the F up! You look at a woman like me and it kills you because of how weak you are? Well, there we go. A disillusional heel. When Lacey Evans comes out and gets in this ring, she gets a standing ovation. It's not true, is it? You should all be on your feet. I think someone just shouted, I love you, Lacey. I love you, Lacey! She's going off, man. She's going off. Makes me sick. You guys are disgusting. You suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. I'm an American hero. I put my life on the line for the likes of you. Until I get the respect I deserve. Until I get the respect that I deserve, every one of you can go to hell. Aaliyah's come over. Oh, gets slapped down by Lacey. She gets knocked out with one slap. Heel turn by Lacey. Such a weird situation, isn't it? We've had a woman go out sharing her personal life, horrific upbringing. The way it was done was botched, and we said it was botched at the time. It's clearly not got over with the fans. They're clearly not invested in her. She got a real negative reaction at Money in the Bank. She came out here. It wasn't like a crazy negative reaction, but yeah, I mean, look, they weren't doing what she wanted. She wanted a much better response than what she got, and now here's the heel turn. So they've given us the heel turn. I think it's the right thing to do. But it is true. I mean, she's standing in the ring saying, I'm an American hero and all this. And I believe she was in the armed forces. She was like a Marine, I believe. So it is kind of crazy that there is this, like, American hero that's getting booed after, sharing her horrific upbringing. I mean, she hasn't, like, done anything necessarily wrong. She has now. Lacey turns heel. She is a legit hero. I would give Lacey a standing ovation every time, says BBB Yipsy. Fans were on board for the first promo, but by promo 3, fans were bored and over it, says Trini. Usos, yeah, we're not getting that match. I don't think we were ever getting that match. I think the whole point of that was to cement Lacey's heel turn. Usos taking on Los Lotharios. We're 5 likes away from 500. That's good. I like the fact that we can see that now in the top corner. I like that. I like that. We are 5 away from 500. Boom! Look at that! Yeah! Kinshasa! Thank you. Thank you. That's nice, man. That's nice, isn't it? I like it. Feel like we've leveled up. She said, do you know who I am? And I've got a response. Who are ya? Who are ya? Who are ya? 50-50 said 500. That was good, man. That was good. I appreciate it. It's, I mean, that for, like, UFC streams in particular is going to be massive. It makes a big difference, you know, to how, the streams perform and everything. So it really is appreciated. I'm just tweaking with the little, make it look a bit smaller. Wish I was a little bit smaller. Wish I was a baller. We could hit 600. Well, we're not going to push. We're not going to push it. I think hitting 500, that sets a nice little benchmark. Do you know what I mean? 500. If we can get to 500 on the streams, we know we can do it. 'Cause we haven't been talking about it, have we? And it's done it. But I think that's. I feel like that's above what we normally get. So it's appreciated. 50-50 said, I think it was the push from me that helps us 50-50. Samuel said Gunther versus Cesaro for the IC title would have been sick. That would have been sick. Legend Killer, hello. Hope you are well. What do you use to stream the chat being displayed on screen and the likes? So the chat on screen is quite simple. You take the URL from the top of the text box, the top of the chat box. So you take the URL from there and then you put it into a browser on OBS. And then the light one there, that is, again, very similar. There's a website. I think it's called like YouTube Like Counter, something like that. You put in the video that you want to check the likes on, have the live likes from, and then you put that into the browser. I mean, it depends how much you know OBS, to be honest, and that's the what we stream on. Lemdog said, Profits, Usos on the website for SummerSlam. Yes. That'll be great. I mean, that match at Money in the Bank got incredible response. So yeah, people will be down for that. Is this our main event? Usos against Los Lotharios? I don't actually. No, of course it can't be, can it? This match can't be going on for long because we've still got Drew and Sheamus, of course. Google Images was created after Jennifer Lopez wore that infamous dress at the 2000 Grammys. So many people were searching for that outfit that the search engine added an image function. That is amazing. That is amazing. I'm trying to think if I know what the dress is, and I feel like, is it a white sort of shimmery number? I don't know if I know that dress. I feel like if you said to me Lady Gaga dress, I'd be like, the meat one. I know that one. And if you said like Janet Jackson, I'd be like, what? The wardrobe malfunction. But the Jennifer Lopez dress at the Grammys, I don't know if I know it. I'm searching for it. Jennifer Lopez, Grammys. I've seen that. It's a green thing, but it's not anything that it's not what I was thinking of. I don't know. I would try and show it you, but it is gonna not quite work. But there we go. You get the gist. Imagine the bits you can't see are green, and there's a lot of chest area on display. That's very good. That's very interesting. Right, Usos. Boom. That might be it for Los Lotharios. 1, 2, 3. Done, mate. Done. Thanks for coming. Here is your winner, Sheamus. Well, here is your winners, the Usos. The Usos victorious. Usos beats Los Lotharios. So that's what we've just experienced. Not the most gripping of encounters, but... Hollywood guy, shout out to you. It was super famous. Not quite Liz Hurley. Oh, here's Kayla Braxton. Kayla is questioning the win at Money in the Bank. So Kayla showing us the screen, and we're just seeing a replay of Money in the Bank, and that shoulder was up. Yeah, I mean, that shoulder is up. Corey Graves says that Street Profits have got a legitimate gripe. It appears that you got away with cheating. That's not on the Usos. That's on the ref. If you call pinning the Street Profits 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring cheating, then so be it. Rematch at SummerSlam. Ronda's shoulder was up when Becky pinned her, but they didn't bring that up, says BBB Yipsy. Samuel said, I think that Money in the Bank was a botch, but I think it adds to the storyline. It could be a blessing in disguise. I think that's a really good point. How has Raw gone from the worst show to better than most SmackDowns, says Cos. I don't think this has been bad. I don't think it's been that bad. I mean, I enjoyed the Roman promo. I enjoyed Nakamura now, potentially facing Gunther. Viking Raiders, Jinder and Shanky. Didn't need that. Liv's promo, it was nice for those that were into it. I mean, it was all right. Ronda, Natalya, didn't need that. I mean, I like Ronda, and I thought she looked good, but, I mean, if she's selling an injury, she shouldn't be having a match. The Maximum Male Models segment, I would have liked them to have looked a bit more preposterous. I thought they looked a little bit too cool, to be honest. I think for me the joy is them coming out in stupid outfits, preposterous outfits, and do you know what I mean, like really bringing some humor. This was just them more in normal tennis gear showing off, and I would say that that probably lacked a little. Lacey heel turn though, that's a talking point. And we've got 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go, and we are now heading over to our main event of the evening. Drew and Sheamus. Drew versus Sheamus. Drew is here. Christian Cage is suddenly the best character in wrestling. He's brilliant. He's doing a great job. Great job in AEW. Carl said, if you had to pick one to watch for the rest of your life, would it be WWE or UFC? It's really hard. It's really hard because I feel like they cater to different things. Like WWE is really entertainment. And, you know, you get some really cool stuff like Roman and, you know, Gunther. But, like, UFC is a sport. I mean, it's legit. It's the best in the world. It's people trying to be the best at their weight divisions. And, you know, you get, like, broken limbs and you get lots of blood. But it's not like, it's all legit and can be pretty brutal at times, can be a bit boring at times, but can have some incredible knockouts, incredible submissions. I mean, it really is like, I feel like if you're a kid and you get into WWE, there's a real good chance that as you get older, you will move into UFC. But I've always, my love for WWE has stayed, so I really enjoy watching them both. So it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult. I think if I was an adult and I hadn't watched WWE as a kid, then I think that it would be UFC. But I did watch WWE as a kid, so I've got that deep connection, that deeper connection with it. It's quite nostalgic for me. So I don't know. I really don't know if I could answer it. I genuinely don't know the answer to that one. Do you agree Sheamus is underrated? Yes and no. I think that he is appreciated. I mean, I appreciate that he works hard. He always delivers, like, you know, a solid match. He's solid on the microphone, but he's not. He's where he should be for me. Like, I'm not desperate to see him become a world champion again. And I think that some of the things he's been involved with have been a bit flat. That's not necessarily his fault, but I think he's I think he is a mid-carder. I think he's a mid-carder, but he's a solid one. He's someone that is, you know, a great talent. And is someone that is in the right place, in the right part of the card. if there are people out there that think he shouldn't be in WWE or isn't, like, you know, worthy or whatever of getting the screen time that he does, then I would say he's underappreciated. But no, I think he's where he belongs. Next week, we've got Liv and Natalya in a championship challenge match, which I really don't think we should get. I think Liv doesn't need to be doing that. I think instead she should just face whoever she's going to be facing rather than, you know, losing. I don't know if it's going to be a good look because her losing... I don't like this idea. I mean, we never did this with Hogan. Do you know what I mean? Beat Hulk Hogan and your prize is you get to face Hulk Hogan, but next time it'll be for the title. Yeah, these championship challenge things are not for me. But it is going to be Liv and Natalya next week in one of those. Right, we've got Butch, we've got Sheamus, we've got Ridge. I've got a feeling that Roman is going to interfere in this match, says Dylan. YouTube fan said, UFC is number one for combat sport. WWE is number one for sports entertainment. I agree with that. And there's quite a bit of crossover as well. Sheamus is... Sheamus is spluttering. Oh, and he can't compete. Sheamus can't compete tonight until he gets tested. He's spluttering away. He said, I hope it's not the old COVIDs. I've got a backup plan. So Butch against Drew. So does that mean that? Well, that means it's been false advertising all night. So this isn't a match to decide who's going to main event Clash at the Castle, which is what we were told before the show, during the show, all the way up until 7 minutes from the end of the show. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. WWE advertise the main event as being a decider for who will challenge for the Universal title at Clash at the Castle. Then 7 minutes from the end of the show, completely changed that. Lol. This is not going to please too many people. I think this is a really flat way to end the show, to be honest. Well, this is stupid. Claymore by Drew. McIntyre has beaten Butch, so now is he going to face Ridge? Ridge is in there. So Drew beats Butch. Sheamus is on the outside of the ring. Butch is down, and we've still got 5 minutes. Could we not? I don't understand. Could we have not got more? Could we not have got more time out of that match against Butch? Do you agree with the opinion WWE is trying to repeat history? Austin Theory being Cena, Montez showing the energy of The Rock, and Raquel Gonzalez being China. Not really. I think that you could always make sort of comparisons. I mean, Raquel's big, muscular, so a comparison to China's going to be quite easy to make. Theory being, like, young. Oh, he's done the flipping rope thing again. McIntyre cuts that top rope again. I feel like we did that at WrestleMania. Drew has bent the sword. The sword's bent. The sword's bent. The Claymore sword is bent. Oh, well, I tell you, that's Scottish engineering for you. That's Scottish workmanship for you. He's bent the sword. The sword is bent. Ah! That's hilarious. These Claymore swords are meant to be, like, forged from the tears of God. But he's tried to cut a rope and it's bent the sword. Drew McIntyre's sword is bent after cutting the top rope. McIntyre celebrates in the ring. I don't know what he's celebrating. Bending his sword. Drew McIntyre's in the ring celebrating the fact he's bent his sword. That's the replica Claymore. No, it's bad workmanship. That's what it is. Bad workmanship. Why? I'm not very good at making swords. You wouldn't say anything bad about Scotland if Roddy Piper was here. Drew bent his stupid swords. Maybe that's the end of it. That was a flat ending, wasn't it? The whole night is like Sheamus Drew, winner goes to Clash at the Castle. And I will be the first to admit, I thought it was silly to decide that on this kind of random SmackDown. And seemingly something's happened which has changed it. And 7 minutes from the end, they've come out and said, yeah, we're not going to do that match now. Here's Drew versus Butch for no reason. And so then they do the top rope being cut. Drew bends his sword. It's all a bit flat. It's a real flat ending. What do you score AEW? No, not AEW. That's what we're going to now. WWE Smackdown. Drew bent his sword. 7-2-7-5. Can we please end the sword now? Listen, the sword just ended itself. You don't need to worry about ending the sword. The sword's doing it for you. Was you ever tempted to go to Clash at the Castle? No. Nope. I've got nothing against it, but I was never tempted to go because I always knew that I was wanting to stream it. And actually, I don't even know if I'm going to get a chance to stream it because it might be another stupid Saturday. Do you know what? If they're going to run on a Saturday, that's, I'm not ideal for me personally because it goes up against UFC. But just don't go up against the big UFC shows. Just go up against, once a month there's a big UFC show. Just go up against, the little ones. There's one tomorrow. It's not that big. It's just a little one. Go up against them. Go up against those ones. Not the big ones. But they keep smashing and going up against the big ones. Silly billies. Right, I need to go to Fight TV. Get in your scores. Get in your thoughts. What did you score? SmackDown. What did you score, SmackDown? What did you score, WWE Smackdown? Was it an 8 to 10? Was it a 7 to 7-5? Was it a 6 to 6-7-5? 5-7-5 or below? If you know, then you know. Boom. Okay. Personally, I hope they keep the pay-per-view on Saturday for the fact that me and my dad can watch it. Pay-per-view on Sunday because of work, says Suplex City. Kurt Cobain, shout out to you. Cliff Beaver says that was laughably bad. Right, here we go. We've got AEW Rampage. And we're starting off with Kingston. Already knew that, though, because of what we saw the other day. Quick question. What makes a wrestler ex-WWE? If you work for WWE, what makes you ex-WWE? Well, I mean, if you go straight from WWE, you're probably going to be seen as ex-WWE. If they went and got someone like Matt Cardona now, would he be classed as ex-WWE? I mean, I'm sure he would, to those that want to make a deal out of that. If there's people out there that want to have a moan about it, and, you know, I mean, you've got WWE fans that are going to, you know, want to lay into whatever. So, yeah, it's a good question. I think if you come straight from WWE, then obviously ex-WWE. But I think if you're someone like Matt Cardona or someone like Mickey James, do you know what I mean? That have been to other places first. I don't know. I mean, you're still ex-WWE, but is it as big of a talking point? I suppose it's on a case-by-case basis, isn't it, really? But it's not something that bothers me in the slightest. I've said before, I feel like some of the best available talent out there is going to be the talent that just got released by WWE. So, Takeshita against Kingston. How do you feel about AEW and WWE seemingly flipping pay-per-view days? Didn't AEW start on Saturdays and change to Sundays? Well, I don't like the Saturday pay-per-views. Personally, I know many people do, and it works for them, but it doesn't work for me. I mean, that's what it comes down to. It doesn't work for me. So I'm not a fan of them. I'm not a fan of... I think Saturdays... You know, you're competing against not only UFC, but if there's any big boxing that's going to be on, you know, when you get a Jake Paul fight, when you get... I mean, going up against the Jake Paul fight would be really silly but for WWE, because you've got to think that Jake Paul's going to have a young audience, and there's going to be a lot of potential WWE fans that are going to tune in to Jake Paul instead. If Logan has a boxing fight, KSI has got a boxing thing coming up. Not only that, but like Anthony Joshua has got like a big boxing thing coming up. I feel like boxing, UFC, Saturday night's just busy for things. Sunday's always been a lot more free, and you can kind of dominate it. But I know I'm in the minority on that, because the numbers have come in for Money in the Bank, and they were very good. They were very, very good. So, and I've seen loads of people on social media saying how it's better for them. They haven't got work the next day. They haven't got school the next day. If I was a kid, I think I would have preferred... You know, if I go back to before I was watching UFC, I would have preferred it on a Saturday. So I totally get it. I totally get it. But for me personally, it's better that when it was on a Sunday. Right, underway, clothesline, chop, nice, shoulder tackle. Is Kenny Omega injured? He is, yes. Kirk Bain, shout out to you. Forearm strike here by Takeshita. Kingston goes down. Nice. Blue Thunder Bomb. Shoulder up by Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston getting his shoulder up there as Takeshita planting him down. I don't know how WWE sell tickets with these rubbish shows. Well, I mean, I this isn't one that's got me upset, to be honest. I think that the main event was botched because you can't, to advertise something on social media and then advertise it throughout the whole show, and then 7 minutes from the end, you're telling me you didn't know before that match was not happening. 7 minutes from the end, you then don't deliver it. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Kick by Kingston, Inzaguri. We've got Mercedes Martinez and Serena Deeb in action tonight. Did you see the report that Ronda demanded Liv win the title? Liv wasn't considered to win. Liv, Ronda, SummerSlam, then Liv, Charlotte, and Charlotte wins, says Michael. I did see that. I didn't see it. I didn't see a report, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen a report that says Ronda demanded Liv win it. I have seen something that says Ronda wanted the most dedicated person. She felt that the most dedicated person should have it, but I didn't see that Ronda named Liv. Again, could be wrong with that, and so, she could have said, I want Liv to have it, but I did see her say that she wanted the most dedicated, most committed, most passionate person to have the most prestigious title, and it eventually found its way to Liv. So I did see that. It doesn't change my opinion at all. My opinion was that I had no problem with her winning Money in the Bank, but I thought her cashing in on Ronda was not the right way to start the title reign. And nothing has changed my opinion on that. It doesn't make any difference to me if Ronda wanted it, supported it. That's not Ronda's decision at the end of the day. It's something that I think should be booked logically, and I think you could have done it a different way, or I would have done it a different way. But as I said for my Money in the Bank review, we're there now, and the fans are into it, and she got a good response tonight. So we'll have to see how long she keeps it for. But if she gets past SummerSlam, I'll be surprised. If she gets past Clash at the Castle, I'll be really surprised. And we'll have to see. We spoke about it earlier. I think it's in the fans' hands now. If her segments, if she trends and her segments on YouTube do crazy numbers, and the segments that she's in does big ratings and everything, if she's got the fans, then I can't see why Vince would take it off her. These two are beating the hell out of each other at the moment. Kingston is all elite. He was literally on SmackDown tonight, says 50-50. One. Just a one count there by Kingston. Nice powerbomb there by Kingston. 2. Shoulder up. There's fine print on a WWE ticket that says wrestling is expected but not guaranteed, says Ron. Page set to appear at StarCast at the end of the month, says Blaze Radio. Alex, shout out to you. Jonathan said she might as well go with it. Everyone was sick and tired of her whining and complaining about how hard she worked when everyone went through tough things. Oh, what, Lacey? Yeah, the Lacey thing was quite interesting, wasn't it? Lacey thing was interesting. To be honest, yeah, I mean, everyone goes through hard times, and I've got no problem with her having a moment to share her issues, but it was week after week, and it was too much. It was overkill. Shoulder up here by Kingston. What do you think about Jake's new opponent? I think that he's going to be a challenge because for a long time people have said he needs to face a boxer, and that's what he's doing. This is the son of Hassim Rahman, who beat Lennox Lewis. I remember that happening. I watched the fight. So I don't know anything about his son, though. I don't know anything about Hassim Rahman Jr. Don't know anything about him, right? All I do know is that his dad was a boxer, a top boxer. He's going to have grown up with boxing. He is clearly so enamored with boxing that he is now pursuing it as a career. His record is 12-1, so he's had 13 professional fights. If you look at his record, he's only faced jobbers. He's only faced low level, like people that have got more losses than wins. But his loss came in his last fight, but it was against someone that was like 19-0. So his loss has come against a very good, very credible opponent. But he did lose it. So Jake Paul is facing a boxer, but he is facing a boxer that does not by any means look like he is a highly skilled boxer or a boxer that, you know, Jake doesn't stand a chance against. I think this is a good, hand-picked opponent, but listen, I mean, he's a boxer. For the longest time, people have said they want to see Jake face a boxer. Well, he's facing a boxer. It's not a great boxer, but it's a boxer. Kingston's got the win. So I actually think this is going to be a challenge for Jake. I don't think that you can say, oh, he needs to face a boxer, and then he finally gets in there with a boxer, and then people are like, yeah, but no, a better boxer than that. Do you know what I mean? This is, let's not forget, to a lot of people, this is Jake Paul, the YouTuber. This is Jake Paul, the person trying to prove that he belongs in boxing. Well, if he's going to take on a boxer, someone that's had 13 fights. I mean, he's had 13 fights. He's knocked someone out. His dad is like, a boxer. His dad is a boxer. His dad is, one of the greats. So, you just can't keep moving the goalposts, really. So, we are seeing Athena and we're seeing Chris Statlander. If WWE books Liv to lose next week against Natalya, how will they sell Liv being able to stand a chance against Ronda at SummerSlam? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have her in those challenge matches. I think that she is a champion that is lucky to be champion. I think she deserves to be a champion. I think she's got great support, but she is someone that I don't see her match quality and her abilities as being on the same level as, well, certainly not a Ronda, because Ronda is legit MMA. Certainly not a Becky, certainly not an Asuka. Like, there is a group of women that are ahead of where I think Liv is. But Liv has got the belt, she's in that group, and it's going to be really hard now for her to keep that title. And, I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be hard for them to sell the idea that she's going to keep that title anyway, regardless of whether she has that match against Natalya or not. But I think that, count-outs, DQs, outside interference, I think those can help keep the title on her for a while. But, any kind of clean match, a clean Liv match against Asuka. Asuka's winning that, or at least should. Clean match of Liv against Ronda. Ronda's winning that, or at least should. Clean match of Becky against Liv. Becky's winning that, or at least she should. Dare I say, Rhea, dare I say, Bianca. I mean, I feel like there's quite a list of people that I perceive, rightfully or wrongfully, I perceive them to be ahead of her. So I think it's going to be a challenge anyway to have people believe. But maybe you lean more, maybe their thoughts are they're going to lean more into the underdog story. They're going to lean more into the idea that she can't compete with them. But lean into that. Into the fact that she's the underdog and she's going to have to find a way. When the chips are down and it's for the title, she's going to have to find a way. KC50 TV, shout out to you. Larry said, nearly all the WWF house matches I attended in the 90s, the wrestling cards were 90% changed. Top Tier said, Ronda's in-ring work is not good. I think her in-ring work is good for a certain style. So I think if it's going to be a street fight style, then she works a good style. I mean, that match that she has with Charlotte at Survivor Series with the kendo sticks and everything, that was good. It was really good. And then the match that she had at WrestleMania Backlash, I really enjoyed. But if it's going to be a technical wrestling sort of match, one-on-one, then yes, she struggles. She struggles. But she does not struggle to the point where, I mean, she is still Ronda Rousey. She is still, like, one of the baddest women on the planet. I mean, WWE have done, decent. They've done a job of getting that message across. But because I watch UFC and I've seen what she's capable of, and I know what she's achieved, she would kill them all. She would kill all of those women. Be it, like, you know, a technical wrestling match, a street fight, whatever. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a problem to have, to be honest, is how do you have anyone kind of credibly beat Ronda? And it's something they're struggling with, because she did get beat at WrestleMania 35, but her shoulder was up and it was a bit botchy and it didn't look like it was how the finish was meant to happen. And then she goes away for a while and now she's come back. She's been dominant since she's come back. She ends up losing the title, but she loses the title with a damaged leg, injured leg. I didn't think it was done that well, but who have we got here? We got Tully. I don't know these gates. I don't know these gates of agony. Gates of agony. Got a good look to them though. Gates of Agony, I could see them being of interest to Vince. Got like a Samoan vibe. He loves the Samoans. The Gates of Agony. Gates of Agony, then, they are, they've made their way down to the ring. They're going to be taking on Lee Moriarty. Hook is my third favorite in AEW. Gates of Agony versus Moriarty. And this is cool. This is cool. Jay Lethal. Jonathan Gresham. I love his entrance mask. It looks great. Gresham making his way down. I'm down for this match, man. I like the look of these Gates of Agony. And Lee Moriarty and Gresham. Gresham with his entrance mask. He roars in the corner. Oh, and both guys get attacked. Gresham falls to the outside. Gates of Agony working on... it's a great name, that is. It's very Legion of Doom. It's very Gorillas of Destiny. The Gates of Agony. This is going to be great, says Minty. I do feel like Liv has a decent moveset, but it's fluff opposed to the hard-hitting women like Asuka, Becky, Bianca. When Liv wrestled, you know every move sequence that she does. Do you know what I do like about her, though? She is someone that has put that work in. No one can deny that she is there just for her looks. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like she's just got her looks and she's there and they're just pushing her regardless. Like, she has had to work to get to where she is. And I really respect that. I really, really respect that. And it's not even as if she's come up and boom, there you go. Here's WrestleMania. Like, she has had to do a lot of house shows. She has done it the right way. She's got to where she is the right way. She's put that work in, man. She's come through NXT. She's been on the main roster. She's made that organic connection with the fans. And, that ain't going to go away. That organic connection that you've built over time, I was talking earlier about putting the grind in. That's what she's done, man. She's put the miles in. She's put the grind in. Respect that. That's why I had no problem whatsoever with her winning Money in the Bank. Huge Samoan drop on Lee Moriarty. That was monstrous. WWE beds to bring in Holly Holm to face Ronda. We know that she could beat Ronda. But they're looking at maybe doing Holly Holm against Katie Taylor, which would be interesting. That was a huge Samoan drop, wasn't it? Absolutely monstrous. So we are underway with the Gates of Agony. And nice suplex by, I don't know if that's Gate or if that's Agony. One of them. Nice tag as they've got Moriarty trapped in the wrong part of town. Gates of Agony were formed at the last Ring of Honor Supercard. Brian Cage is in it also, says James. That's interesting. I like him. 2 count, Lee Moriarty getting his shoulder up. Gresham on the outside of the ring wants that tag. I think there was a moment where Moriarty tried to go over and make that tag, but he couldn't because Gresham was being distracted by Tully. It might be a silly question, but do only Samoan wrestlers do that particular drop? I don't believe so. I'm sure I've seen Samoan drops done by non-Samoan wrestlers, but I think it's more about who originated it, and obviously where it comes from. And I actually don't know where it comes from, but my guess would be Samoa. If that is Moriarty, where is Sherlock, says 50/50 TV. We've had 332 votes. 332 votes. Primo said, do you think the Riot Squad held Liv back because WWE was never interested in pushing the team or giving them titles? Perhaps the green hair, lots of tattoos, was a turn-off for Vince. I don't think it held her back at all, no. I think that that was, when she came up, she was green. She was greener than Ruby Riot's hair. She came up way too soon. I remember watching her in NXT, and it would sort of be like bringing up a women's group now that had Cora Jade in it. Do you know what I mean? She's young, she's green, she's got a lot of lot more to learn, and I think that Liv needed that time with the Riot Squad. Not only that, but the Riot Squad protected her because she wasn't having solo matches, so she wasn't being exposed. She could just go in the ring, do a few minutes, tag back out again. And you got to remember, she's still super young. Super young, so it was a great way of getting her to the main roster and protecting her and her having a couple of friends to travel with. You know, there's a few things that we never take into account as wrestling fans. One of them is the nerves that people feel backstage. Like, you never ever think about how nervous they must be in Gorilla. Could you imagine being in Gorilla, knowing that you're about to go out in front of the world that's watching in an arena full of people, and you've got to go out and perform and do whatever? So those nerves, which I'm sure people, you know, suffer from horrifically, some people, those nerves are a factor. And getting used to that, it would take time. But not only that, the traveling, the road, you know, going from town to town, doing all those house shows that they used to do. And, you know, if you don't know anyone on the main roster and you're like a 20-something-year-old girl, I mean, look at Toni Storm. Toni Storm came up on her own and is a well-traveled veteran and seemingly just didn't enjoy it and struggled. And there could be many different reasons for that. But, yeah, the road is hard, man. I mean, everyone says that. So I think her coming up with Riot Squad meant that she had a couple of girls by her side, meant that she could, you know, get used to the main roster, get introduced to people, work matches on a regular basis, but not overexpose herself. And, yeah, there's lots of positives that came out of the Riot Squad. So I think that was fine for her. I mean, I think it's right that she broke away from it, and right that she's now forging her own path. But it was a great way to introduce her to the main roster. Gresham is hugging with Tully now. Lee Moriarty is having to deal with this on his own. Big discus clothesline by one of the Gates of Agony. Double knees. Isn't the Gates of Agony the team that's managed by Tully? What do you think of them? It is the team managed by Tully. They look great. They look really good. It's hard to kind of rate them on this, though, because it's just been them destroying Lee Moriarty. But I think they've got a good look. Both of them have got a decent aura to them. You've got the one guy that's super jacked. The other guy's got a little bit of timber on him. The other guy's got some muscle mass. And we've just literally seen him dissect Moriarty there. Yeah, look good. Seeing Kingston backstage. So Kingston says, I've earned the right to turn my attention to you, Chris. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to the Combat Club. What you did to my Ruby. I want barbed wire everywhere. Every drop of blood will be a sin that you've committed. Great. He's such a good promo. Whenever he talks, it really feels like he means everything he says. None of it feels scripted. It all feels intense and real, like he really wants to hurt whoever his opponent is. And like he's really quite damaged and in a dark place. And he does a fantastic job. Here's Serena Deeb then making her way down to the ring. Serena Deeb is going to be partnering someone. I don't know who she's partnering. Taking on a couple of jobbers. Serena Deeb and... oh, Mercedes. Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. Let's have a look. Fail Gamer, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Let's end our poll, shall we? Let's end our poll and see what scores people have given. James said, I've been waiting for weeks to see Gresham in action, and this is the BS that Tony gives us. I guess Tony's plan is to turn all the Ring of Honor guys heels so that his AEW guys can go over on them. That's interesting. It's interesting. That is true. I did want to see Gresham in action, but I don't mind it. I think it's quite interesting that they are making you wait maybe for a bigger platform for when he finally gets going. And him being aligned with Tully now and being in this group. I mean, is the whole group called Gates of Agony? I'm not sure. Nice European uppercut there by Serena Deeb. Miss America is in the corner. I like her ring gear. It's got the stripes, white, and the stars as well on her backside. Down she goes. This girl's going to be slingshot into that bottom rope. Serena Deeb. Slingshots the girl into the bottom rope. Clothesline, and the other girl goes down. Mercedes Martinez watching on. Serena Deeb trash talking Mercedes Martinez. Mercedes Martinez tags herself in. And both of them now working together on Miss America. Why bother to give us that match unless the locals win? I don't want this, says Jilly. Do you know that Serena is going after Mercedes? No, I did sort of pick up on that, though, as she was refusing to tag her in and, like, talking some trash to her. Mercedes has tagged herself into this match. Bit of a backslap. But that'll be a good match. I'm guessing that'll probably play out at the Ring of Honor show. Kingston Jericho, Nick Gage as ref, says Larry. I know exactly what WWE is doing. They're going to book Liv to lose next week because Ronda isn't losing. Natalya gets added to the title match at SummerSlam. Liv pins Natalya instead of pinning Ronda to retain. It's a good shout. I can absolutely buy Liv beating Natalya. Even though Natalya is a fantastic wrestler, she has always been presented as being a bit of a stepping stone. She's never really been presented as being the same level as a Ronda or a Becky or a Bianca or an Asuka. Like, I feel like Natalya is a legend. Absolute goes into the Hall of Fame, but not quite that level. And I could buy Liv digging deep, working hard, and overcoming someone like Natalya. That's a great win for Liv, though, beating Natalya. That's a great win. It's just that Natalya is kind of not seen. She's not got the best momentum, has she? And she's not seen really as being like a big challenge to overcome. But I see Natalya as being heart dungeon trained. Do you know what I mean? So, right, we're just hearing from Gresham. We've got Gresham and we've got Tully. I got a call from Tully Blanchard. Lee Moriarty will get his title shot next week. Tully says, I don't know if there's enough left of Moriarty to have a title match. Tully Blanchard Enterprises is alive and well. So, there we go. Sarah Logan should make the trio with the new Viking Raiders, says Larry. Dork Knight said, how can we suspend belief that UFC fighter Brock would lose to Roman or anyone else, but it's harder with Ronda? Well, I don't, to be honest. I mean, I feel that him and Roman, there's always, like, some outside interference. I mean, I remember, like, the Usos getting involved, and we've had, like, Heyman turn in, and, you know, there's always been some stuff like that. I mean, the thing with Liv and Ronda is, yes, Ronda did have an injured leg, or that's the story they were telling, but for me, it's maybe not Liv so much as it is Ronda. Ronda wasn't doing enough to really make me convinced that she was in trouble. As I said, when Liv cashes in, Liv has got the ankle, Ronda's got the ankle lock. Liv actually gets out of an ankle lock that's being applied by Ronda Rousey in order to roll Ronda up and get a 3 count. Like, for me, that's not how I would have booked it. My problem is that it's not really Liv. My problem is that they booked Ronda too strong in that moment. I think they wanted to have that doubt of, like, oh, Liv's not going to do it type thing. But by doing that, you actually have Liv kind of overcoming a very, you know, dangerous situation where I think she probably shouldn't have got out of that. So, I mean, look, we keep going, like, round in circles on it. I don't think there's, like, double standards there. I mean, anyone against Brock, I'm going to struggle to see anyone beating Brock. But, you know, you've got someone like Roman that I do think has got a good size to him. He's got good body definition, good muscle mass. Like, I think him being in there and surviving against Brock is passable. But, yeah, I mean, look, Brock should be winning that match. But we've seen loads of outside interference and whatever. Ronda did demand that the title was put on Liv. What, did she actually name Liv? I haven't seen that report, so that's interesting. Deeb needs to go to the gym and do a bunch of squats to get the legs a little meatier. Brent said, I've got James suplexes are great like Taz. Taz was too small to be believable. I don't find him believable. James said, I've been building up Grisham for a year, and tonight he did nothing. It makes me look like a liar. Yeah, but he didn't do anything. I mean, like, it doesn't make you look like a liar because he actually didn't do anything. So, yeah, you're all right. You're all right. Dork Knight said, I agree, Liv getting out didn't make sense. It's worse someone getting out of Brett Sharpshooter. Yeah, I mean, look, I do always find that when this conversation comes up, and it does keep coming up, that, like, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like, I'm not against the Liv title reign. So, you know, I'm willing to just move on, to be honest. I'm willing to just go, yeah, not for me. Not my cup of tea. And just move on. And so that's, you know, that's what I'm doing with that. It's just not the way I would have booked it. But listen, that could be said for many, many things that happen in pro wrestling. And I'm sure the same for you guys as well. Does the crowd seem into it? I know they tape the Friday show after Dynamite and the crowd can be drained. I think the crowd's a little quiet, to be honest, but nothing bad. I mean, I don't know that there's much for them to actually get into. Like, I don't think they're going to get too crazy about, like, Serena Deeb and Mercedes. They were probably intrigued by seeing Gresham, but we didn't get that. They seemed into it at the start with Kingston. And we'll see now as we're at the main event. Tony Nese. It's time for the main event. Does Mark Henry do anything other than that? I'm sure he does, but does anyone know what it is? Like, what is it that Mark Henry does? Because it can't just be it's time for the main event every week. If it is, then he's got a great job. Fyter Fest Week 1. So AEW World Tag Team Championship match, Ring of Honor World Championship. Gresham against Lee Moriarty, Ring of Honor World Champion Jonathan Gresham. I saw a report that Big Show has left, and I don't know if that's true, says James. Nakamura and Happy Corbin Super Dance. I thought he was a talent scout. Oh, maybe he is. Maybe he is. That's all he does. Carney's crazy, says Cliff Beavers. Time for the main event. How long does Ronda stick around? Well, I heard that she's full-time until next year's WrestleMania. I don't know what happens beyond that, but the plans are Ronda Becky for next year's WrestleMania. But as I said, we'll have to see if she goes beyond that or not. Should everyone AEW bring in from WWE be used as a top guy? Shawn Spears is good, but why have him as a top guy? Some guys are just there to lose. Thoughts? No, well, absolutely no. Not everyone should come in as a top guy, but I think the problem is that you do open yourself if you have a big fanfare. You see, when they bring these people in, they obviously do it with a big fanfare, and they obviously come in as a big surprise, big moment, because surprises are really important, and they pop ratings. Simple as that. If you've got a surprise, it'll pop a rating. And so you bring someone in like, here's Andrade, here's Miro, and it might be a Joker in a casino battle royal, or do you know what I mean? Like, it could be some way like that you bring them in, and it pops a rating, and it's a big moment, and you present them as a big star. And I can't criticize that because it makes sense, because they've got name recognition, name value. People are talking, who do you think it's going to be? Who's going to be the Joker? All that kind of stuff. But the problem is, if your intention is to never have them be a big star, or even to necessarily use them all that much on Dynamite, but you bring them in that way, you're kind of setting them up to fail, and you're kind of selling the fans something that's not true. You're bringing them in as a big name, bringing them in as a big star, but you have no intention of following up on that. And it's I can't say that AEW is doing anything wrong, to be honest. You know, you look at someone like Andrade, and you look at like Shawn Spears, as you said, and you look at Ruby Soho, and you look, you know, you could go down a bit of a list of people that they've brought in and, you know, made a big fanfare of, but have never kicked on with. Like, I sort of feel that that's not AEW's fault. They're doing it because they want that big moment, that big, you know, kind of, oh, check this out, they're finally here, but Tony Nese. But don't have the plans to follow up on it. When you look at Bianca as champion, WWE never puts her in a situation to lose non-title matches. She is protected, but other champions don't get the same treatment. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the champions losing thing. I feel like I really can't think of when else do you see that. When do you see that where the champions in other sports lose and their belts aren't on the line, but by beating them you get a title? I just don't know what that is. There's something quirky that's come into pro wrestling. I don't even remember that being the case back in the day. I can't remember. I just don't remember these being things. So yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of it. I think it can make your champions look a little bit weaker, and you know, you just you build up someone to face your champion, don't you? This is your champion. This is the best you've got. You build someone up to go head to head with them. I think having them beat the champion to earn a title match is. I get why they do it, but. We got Orange Cassidy lying in the middle of the ring, putting his hands in her pockets. Couple of leg drops by Tony Nese as Orange Cassidy rolls out the ring. Nese rolls, goes out the ring. Cassidy back in the ring. Duck underneath by Cassidy. Roll by Cassidy. Drop kick by Cassidy. Kip up by Cassidy. All with his hands in his pockets. Does Khan still have his Baywatch haircut? I'm going to say yes, because I don't think his haircut has changed, has it? Against the ropes goes Cassidy, back elbow by Tony Nese, and Cassidy gets caught that time. Dynamite did 979. It was better than expected. I think you was expecting 870. Yep, I think I was. I'm trying to remember what I said on the stream, but I do remember saying I don't expect it to do 1 million because that was Blood and Guts. Yeah, I remember saying that. I remember saying Blood and Guts got it to 1 million. This isn't Blood and Guts. And actually, the card this week wasn't as strong. Didn't, I mean, it still had some stuff on it, but yeah, I think I said about 880, 870, 880. Yeah, I agree. So, well, I don't actually know what it was. You're saying it was 979. That is good. That is good. That is above what I was expecting. I imagine if you're an AEW fan, you'd be like, yeah, it's all right. We can build on that. And if you're, just a WWE fan, I'm sure they were like, oh, you still can't do 1 million. You can see what gets said without even reading it, can't you? Double knees by Tony Nese. Brent said Liv paid her Vince dues. I hope she didn't. I hope no one did. I fear that people might have, though. Unbroken said, do you think that Orange rolls home through the parking lot? Maybe. Coach Co said Kim K has a glam clause in her will. It states that if she's ever in a position where she can't get ready herself or she's unconscious, someone has to make sure that her hair and makeup is perfect. Is that true? Who's actually... Well, what would happen if that never happened? Like, who... I don't understand that. So it's in her will that if she is not in a position to look after herself, then someone has to do it. Do her hair, do her makeup, make sure she looks fabulous. But if who's got to do that? And if they don't do that, what happens? I've got follow-up questions to that. Orange Cassidy is down. We got 12 minutes to go. Eric says, does anyone know where I can get action figures that are all in suits? I got a bunch of heads and I need to take them off and put them on suits so that I can have the announcer versions of them. I don't, to be honest. I mean, I suppose the only place I could think would be to buy a load of cheap figures from eBay. Build-A-Figure type stuff. Or any figures like Corey Graves or Flair or anyone that had basics that were suited ones. I'm sure you'd be able to find them on eBay. Tony Nese looking for a suplex. We are 11 likes away from 600. That 10 now. I'm so pleased that's worked as well as it has. I really was under the impression that was going to just not work. But it's good. I like the fact it's right there and you can just see it. I like how AEW figures are introducing promo gear. I've been wanting Mattel to do that for years, says J14. J14, shout out to you. James said, you are going to love this match. Kingston versus Jericho. Barbed wire death match. Fyter Fest Night 2. Well, do you know what, actually? I don't know that I will hate it because I think an AEW death match is a little bit different to a GCW death match. I mean, I could be wrong. and I could live to regret it. But I saw footage of a GCW deathmatch, and they literally were getting lighting tubes, and they was like grinding them into each other's head. There was blood pouring everywhere. I mean, it was an entertainment to me. I really didn't. It was rubbish. It was rubbish. But if it's going to be like barbed wire and there's going to be a bit of blood, and do you know what I mean? Like, if it's going to be like a death match, but within a bit of a Tony Khan death match type thing, you know, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to go so far. I mean, we saw what Blood and Guts was like. Do you know what I mean? That didn't bother me. Felt like some of the stuff we were seeing was, you know, probably you need a bit of blood in Blood and Guts. I seem to recall as well that the exploding barbed wire death match that was Moxley and Omega, I seem to recall that was all right. I can't remember having too much issue with that. It was literally the end that everyone remembers not going the way it should have. That kind of was the damp squib of the whole thing. But the actual match that came before, where the ring ropes are all in barbed wire and everything, I mean, that was okay. I remember Moxley and Omega. That was silly. Some of my problem with the deathmatch stuff is it's like, we're going to do this spot now. And so, do you know what I mean? You go over and you do a spot where you're being like hung. And then it's like, right, we've done that. Now let's get the glass. Now we're going to do the glass spot. Open your mouth. We're going to put the glass in. All right. And then we do that spot. Now let's get the barbed wire bed. Right. Now we're doing this spot. Like, it never feels... My problem with that was it didn't feel like a match. It didn't feel like two people just using whatever they could get their hands on to, like, get at each other. It was like, now we're doing this. Now we're doing this. Time for this. Let's go and do this now. Like, if it was just, like, a load of things and it's like them just wailing at each other and going at each other and just choking each other and trying to get at each other, but I always find, like, that was really early in AEW, wasn't it, with that... Moxley and Omega one. Yeah, I just found that one, there wasn't anything to do with blood, really, that bothered me. It was more the fact it just felt so scripted and just like, now we're doing this, now we're doing this. We'll see, James. Do you know what? I'm willing to give it a go. Kingston Jericho, barbed wire needs to be ultra-violent. I don't know. I feel like if it gets to a point where people's health is in trouble, then the ref has to step in. The ref has to step in. I mean, no one wants a flipping murder. And some of these barbed wire death matches, I mean, you look at the amount of blood that comes out, you think they flipping hit an artery. So, I feel like there needs to be blood, and they need to not hold back, and they need to go for it, but... Equally, I don't want to see it go to a point where people are losing so much blood that, you know, the ref should be stepping in and saying, look, this needs to stop. We'll see. I'm willing to give it a go. Tony Nese slides to the outside. It can't be ultraviolet. The sponsors won't let that happen, says John. We know that Kingston's going to try and set Jericho on fire, says James. Do you think Dawkins could make it as a single star? Yeah. He can make it as a single star, but I don't think he will, unfortunately. Kick out by Tony Nese. Yeah, I don't think he will make it because I think that the charisma is with Montez. The ripped physique is with Montez. We know that Vince favors muscles and physique and that bodybuilding type. I just don't think that's what Dawkins has got. I think that Dawkins, if he wants to keep his job, needs to take a leaf out of Gunther's book and get himself shredded. I think he also needs to work on his promo skills. I think he can talk, but just being good is not good enough. You've got to be great. And I don't think his promos are great whenever I've heard him talk. And I don't think his look is great. So I think he could make it as a solo star. He can wrestle. He can talk. He's got abilities. But is he someone that is going to get anywhere? You know, to me, he's just going to be bobbing around a mid-cards. It won't be long until he's chasing the 24/7 belt. Freshly squeezed is the chant. Did you see Mickey's comment on Twitter saying, no wonder I didn't get that raise? I did, yeah, I did. King Frosty for life, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. We've got 4 minutes left of the show. Orange Cassidy is getting fired up. Climbing up top. Orange Cassidy. Oh! 1, 2. Oh. Just saw that Aubrey's got an RIP. I think, is it RIP Brody Lee armband? Orange Cassidy into a lovely DDT. Have a good night. My phone is dying. Heather, good night. Cactus Jack versus Terry Funk EC Dub, says Brandon. Who would win out of Omega and Lashley? Depends who's booking. Little kicks here by Orange Cassidy. Mark Sterling is screaming in pain. Tony Nese. Pump handle. Oh, that's a lovely move. The Orange Cassidy should not be kicking out of. That is a lovely move that Orange Cassidy shouldn't be kicking out of. Bianca reminds me of Walmart now. Not good. Bianca reminds you of Walmart. This is awesome, is the champ from the AEW fans. Against the rope goes Tony Nese. Tries to drive in a knee as Orange Cassidy moves out the way. What's Aubrey doing? What's Aubrey messing with Tony Nese's leg for? There's too many moving parts in this for me. Tony Nese goes over to the edge of the ring. Orange punch. Tell you what, Tony Nese just got flipped turned upside down like the Fresh Prince there. And Orange Cassidy wins. Bobby become WWE champ or Universal champ? Yes, no, or why? I don't know. I can't see it in his immediate future. He's United States champion. I mean, he could go on to hold those titles once more, but I think there's probably a few other people that are in the running for it. But he's in the conversation, isn't he? He's in the conversation. Happy that the Dark Order are staying, says Kieran. WWE fans said, anytime I watch AEW, which isn't a lot, the crowd is so much more alive than WWE. Yep. Yeah, the crowd are always into what they're getting. I think they're still a relatively new company, and they've still got that this is, like, we're all in this together. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think they do a really good job of kind of really embracing their fans online and giving the fans what they want, listening to the fans, having the fans feel like they're being listened to. If there's a star that's getting over, Tony will look to try and go with that person. And so I think the fans probably feel a little bit more involved, engaged than WWE fans. I think WWE fans go and they cheer their favorites and they take their signs and, do you know what I mean? They go to watch the show and, you know, kind of engage with it. But I think they know that Vince ain't interested in what they're, you know, cheering or whatever. You know, Vince will do what Vince wants to do. But I think maybe the AEW fans feel a little bit more involved. I think they probably feel like they've got a bit more influence on the direction that the show's going to go. So, 6. We needed 6 more likes, and we could get to 600. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's not the biggest thing, but it might be quite nice. 5. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, it'd be nice to get to 5 more, get to 600, wrap it up. Wrap this up and go send her home. It was 600. I guess some people didn't like it. Oh, did it drop? Oh, it's back there again. Awesome. Appreciate the support. Appreciate people dropping those likes. As I said, it does make a difference, and it is appreciated. Lisa said 599. It got there, Lisa. If you dream, Lisa. If you dream, then it does come true. I learnt that from Liv Morgan tonight. Shakim said 600. Lisa says 604. What happened after AEW cut off on Wednesday? They were about a minute past where they were supposed to end, then they cut off showing Moxley. I agree, Orange shouldn't have kicked out of that one, says Ron. Dazed, where do you see Ronda full-time next year? I've seen that she signed a 3-year full-time deal. I don't see her being full-time next year. I mean, my understanding is that she's full-time, like proper engaged, like doing all the shows, doing everything until WrestleMania. And then I believe she goes down to a more reduced schedule. So I personally don't see her being full-time next year. I think she's got a contract, which means that she's going to work, you know, big shows and be like maybe WrestleMania, SummerSlam, do those kind of things. But I'm not expecting to see her week in, week out on SmackDown. Will AEW be around in 5-10 years? Never mind 50, says James. Aubrey reminds me of Amazon. You never know if you're going to get ripped off. Coach Co said, ice pops were invented by an 11-year-old by accident in 1905. An 11-year-old named Frank Epperson left soda pop and water outside with its wooden stirrer still in the cup. Soda and water outside, and he left the wooden thing in the cup, and then when he came out, it was a soda-flavoured lolly. Interesting. Soda-flavoured ice pop. Right, we're done. We are done. Really appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed hanging out on the rooftop with me for SmackDown. We will be back on the rooftop once again on Monday. I haven't actually done anything different for the UFC streams, but I am going to. I don't know what, but we are going to have a look at those as well and upgrade those. We're looking at everything at the moment. Don't you worry. We are looking at everything. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed hanging out with us for this watch-along. Don't forget, on Monday, we will do the Raw watch-along. We will end the stream, and then we will do probably a half an hour kind of review where we talk about the show, talk about the things we liked, things we weren't so keen on. Any kind of big talking points, we can just chuck it all into that kind of half an hour. And then that at least will be a separate video for those that aren't able to watch the watch along but still want to get like a recap of kind of what we thought about things. So we'll do that starting on Monday. So awesome, guys. Appreciate the support. Hope you had fun. really enjoyed hanging out and watching SmackDown with you. And hopefully we will do it again Monday for Raw, or maybe even tomorrow for UFC Vegas. I think it's 58, but I'm not sure. But awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.